But Dakia began hesitantly, eyes fixed on Mother, who was curled up comfortably in my arms. Can I hug her? Just once? She's too cute. You mean Mother? Yes. That was unlikely. You should ask her, not me. Dakia approached slowly and reached out a hand toward Mother. Just one little hug. Slap. Mother's tiny palm smacked Dakia's hand without hesitation. Kill. I smiled apologetically. She says, and I quote, "How dare you try to touch me?" Rubbing the back of her hand, Dakia grinned. Her hands are so soft. I bet she'd feel like a cloud if I could hold her properly. Mother shot me a glare and tugged at my collar. Kill. I could tell her patience had evaporated. In her opinion, Dakia had revealed her inner wickedness and deserved immediate execution. Muttering to herself, Mother snuggled deeper into my arms. I subtly blocked Dakia from trying again. Priest Marnak, she's not in the mood right now. Perhaps next time, try bringing her a snack or something. We were comrades, but boundaries had to be respected, especially when it came to Mother. Dakia was someone who usually understood such things, and she didn't push it. Instead, she licked her lips, golden eyes gleaming. One day, I'll cradle her in my arms and stroke those squishy cheeks. Maybe not today, but one day. Kill. Mother stuck out her tongue and gave Dakia 2 enthusiastic middle fingers. I suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Had I taught her that? I gently folded Mother's fingers down and turned the conversation back to our mission. We need to talk. It seems Aurelius is still alive. The giant of corruption had finished its prayer. The divine energy I absorbed belonged to 3 evil god worshippers, but none came from Aurelius, meaning he hadn't died. Dakia nodded, her ambitious gleam finally fading. All right, let's find Aurelius quickly, then regroup with Carmen and Sajida. By the way, what is Mother like? Kill. Despite Mother's firm rejection of both Dakia and her intentions, I didn't translate that. It was better for the team's morale. And truthfully, I suspected that if Dakia brought the right snacks, Mother would secretly eat them. Meanwhile, in Ilika's eastern branch, smack, a sharp slap echoed. Hilden, the branch head, stood still as pain bloomed across his cheek. He didn't dare rub it. Hey, a man with radiant blonde hair grabbed Hilden by the scalp and pulled him forward. Do I look like a clown to you? I gave you everything you asked for. And in return, an avalanche? Your elite team gets wiped out, and you tell me it was snow? What is this charity work? You're talking plenty for someone who's speechless. You pompous. Hilden bit his tongue. The truth? His operatives have been wiped out by Kima's allies before they even triggered the avalanche. There were no survivors. And once the media started reporting on the natural disaster, he could only guess what had actually happened. Worse still, it had all gone downhill the moment he got involved with Dakia Ermel. Every mission tied to her had ended in disaster. People within the organization had even started whispering that Hilden was conspiring with the Dragon Kingdom's 3rd prince, using quests as cover for a hidden purge. The stress got to him, badly. One morning, he awoke to find his pillow covered in hair. His anguished scream could have shattered glass. His wife, jolted awake, slapped him on the back. What the hell is wrong with you this early? She later apologized, but the pity in her eyes cut deeper than the slap. The stress was killing him, as a leader and a man. But maybe there was hope. Hey, he asked tentatively, isn't the area Dakia entered now outside the Eastern Branch's jurisdiction? He tried to hide the hopeful glint in his eyes. They're in headquarters territory now. I'm free. I can pass the buck. Hilden suppressed the urge to cheer. Carefully, he said, the capital agents first captured her. They've been handling it since. The Dragon Kingdom's 3rd prince, Battis Draco, scratched his chin. His yellow, slit-pupiled eyes gleamed. They did get results. All right, I've decided. Hilden leaned in carefully. You're going to the capital? Yup. Yes. Hilden could almost feel his hair growing back. Tonight, he would gaze at his wife with newfound dignity. Then, get ready to guide me, Battis said. Pardon, you're coming with me. We'll fly. Where's something warm? I'll carry you. I am the head of the Eastern Branch. I can't just leave. Battis smiled. Well, I could go alone and explain all your failures to the capital one by one. He knows. With a sigh of defeat, Hilden nodded. I'll pack. That's the spirit. Treat it like a vacation. Hilden swallowed his resentment. He was a father, a husband. He had responsibilities. Yes, I'll be back soon. Elsewhere. So, you wouldn't believe it. A divine warrior clad in brilliant armor saved me from death. It was magnificent. Aurelius had assembled a doll-sized body out of spare metal and now perched on my shoulder, recounting his tale. Sounds dramatic. It was divine intervention, and I believe you found the artifact I was looking for. When we arrive in the capital, I'll be sure to express my gratitude at the bank. No need to rush your thanks. Are we heading the right way? Indeed. Not far now. Aurelius had left fragments of his body with his guards. As long as they were nearby, he could sense them. Following his guidance, we finally reunited with the others. Carmen, Sajita, they were setting up camp. Upon seeing us, Carmen lit up. Marnak, I knew you'd be fine. Sajita was worried sick, but I told him we should wait. Good call. Saved us the trouble of searching. Right. Sajita, ever quiet, nodded. Glad you're safe. Before I could respond, Aurelius's guards sprinted forward. Lord Aurelius. Tiny Aurelius leapt onto their shoulders. Let me tell you what happened. Just as I was on death's edge, BM, a heavenly warrior descended. Dakia leaned in and whispered. That warrior looked more like a corrupted giant with rusted armor and murder in his eyes. He was nearly dead. Let him enjoy the delusion. Several weeks later, we arrived at Purina, capital of the Northern Kingdom. As we prepared to enter the city gates with Aurelius's group, Carmen pulled me aside. There might be a bit of commotion. Don't panic. I'll handle it. Just keep Dakia and Sajita calm. What kind of? There he is. Carmen Baltas. Seize him. Guards rushed in and surrounded him. As they dragged him away, Carmen called out over his shoulder. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. We stood there, stunned, as Carmen disappeared into the city under arrest. It'll be fine, right? Dakia asked, her voice uncertain. He said he's okay, and the Capitol guards took Carmen anyway. There's not much we can do, I replied. Everything will work out. Aurelius, shimmering in gold, floated into the conversation with casual ease. Carmen Baltas, also known as the Black Dog, getting tossed into the Capitol prison? That's practically routine. Seriously? I blinked. This was my first visit to the capital. Most of my time had been spent wandering the northeastern provinces. What kind of trouble does Carmen usually get into? Aurelius tapped his metal jaw with a sly grin. Wouldn't it be more fun to hear that from him directly? You can visit him at the guard station later. Just tell them you're here to see Carmen. They'll let you in. But if you're really curious, I can spill the story. I'll hear it from him, I said. Good choice. Dakia chuckled beside me. First, let's find a place to stay. Then we can go visit Carmen. I know a few great restaurants in the capital. Let's eat something tasty afterward. Sajita, silent until now, gave a slow nod. I believe that would be best. Agreed, I said. And you, Aurelius? I know a place. Good location, decent service. You should stay there. Besides, I still owe you that reward. We glanced at one another and nodded. Sound good. Aurelius let out a mechanical laugh. Excellent. Looks like we'll be neighbors for a while. Spring was blooming. A blue-haired woman strolled down the dirt path. In the distance, the majestic white walls of Purina, the Algor Kingdom's capital, stood gleaming under the sun. The capital, the blue flame priestess whispered. Then, her pace quickened. Golden scales shimmered under the light as a dragon descended, wings spread wide like great sails. Boom! With a thunderous thud, the dragon landed. Battis Draco, third prince of the Dragon Kingdom, extended one wing for the man on his back. Get off. Yes, yes. Hilden, bundled in furs like a walking bear, scrambled down the wing. No sooner had he dismounted than the dragon's massive form began shrinking, limbs folding, scales retreating, until Battis stood upright in human form, completely naked. He extended a hand toward Hilden. Clothes. Of course. Hilden fumbled through his bag and handed over the folded garments. As Battis dressed, Hilden wondered, not for the first time, if he'd been dragged here simply to act as the prince's personal valet. Once fully clothed and his long yellow hair tied into a neat ponytail, Battis gestured forward. Well, the capital's right there. Why aren't you leading me? Used to the prince's imperious tone, Hilden answered smoothly. Right away. I'll show you the fastest route. His heart thumped with anticipation. Just imagining the looks on the smug faces at headquarters when he arrived with this particular surprise. I can't wait to see them try to act like they're still in charge. Huh. With a broad grin, he said, Let's move. Oh, now you're rushing me? Getting bold, are we? Crap. Here's what I promised you. Aurelius handed over a heavy sack. 60 gold coins. 15 for each of us. The weight was staggering. This was more money than I'd ever held since coming to this world. My hands trembled as I took it. K-kill. Even mothers seemed overwhelmed. In the capital, 15 gold coins could go a long way. 60 was enough to change a life. Priest Marnak, Dakia tilted her head, noticing my gaze fixed on a coin bag. There are 60 gold coins here. She chuckled. Is this your first time holding that much money? I didn't answer, which told her everything. You're kind of adorable, you know. As the daughter of a great lord and a wizard, Dakia had probably never worried about coin in her life. If I'd chosen the path of a wizard, I might not have either. Archmage Marnak, it had a nice ring to it. But that title would never be mine. I'm quite cute, I replied flatly. Kill. Mother agreed, quite vocally. Dakia blinked. Are you being serious? Deadly. She laughed. You're funnier than I thought. I turned to Aurelius, leaving Dakia behind. What about the additional reward you mentioned? That. I'll deliver it tomorrow. It requires a few formalities. No rush. You've already been generous. I nodded. We're heading out to visit Carmen. All right. See you tomorrow. Back at the inn, we unpacked and prepared to leave. Dakia, ever the tour guide, gestured toward a stern-looking building. Cute Priest Marnak, that's the guard station. She was baiting me, clearly. So, that's where they're holding Carmen. Looks like a fortress. Guards posted at every corner. Stone walls like an iron cage. This wasn't a jail. It was a military fortress. Definitely not cute, Dakia muttered beside me. I didn't know you were this persistent, my lady. Blushing, she glanced away. You're not mad at me, are you? For teasing you about the gold coins? Of course not. It's true. I am cute. Sajida, let's move. Carmen's probably sitting alone on a cold stone floor. As I walked off with Sajida, Dakia scrambled after us. You really believe you're cute? When I was a kid, everyone said so. The neighbors, passers-by, even the baker's wife. But you're an adult now. It's a minor difference. Just a change in size. That's not minor at all. I smiled. It's not cute to obsess over small things, my lady. Dakia narrowed her eyes. You're not actually upset about the money thing, are you? No. Sharp girl. Let's just go see Carmen. Before the food gets cold. She snatched the package from my hand and walked ahead, humming. I'm really not upset. I called after her. I said okay. Say out. Contrary to our expectations, Carmen wasn't sitting on cold stone, wallowing in misery. He was being fed, through the bars, by a beautiful woman. Should we have just eaten first? I muttered. Dakia squinted. I recognize her. That's Miss Heiress of the Grotta family. Carmen's fiancée. Now it made sense. She had soft features, warm brown hair, and kind eyes. Even from afar, her gentle heart was obvious. Yep, that's her, Dakia confirmed. The one Carmen always talks about. Carmen spotted us. Marnak, you came. His grin made it look like we'd entered his living room, not a prison cell. Blankets, pillows, even fresh flowers. The cell looked cozier than most inns. You seem awfully comfortable, I said. Do I? Carmen scratched his cheek. Eris, still holding a spoon, added, He comes here pretty often. Dakia raised an eyebrow. Why are you here this time? Well, before he could answer, another voice interrupted. The key from Sir Ensis Balthaz's warehouse was stolen. Carmen is currently wanted for that. A man in white armor stepped into view, his presence cold and commanding. White hair, sharper than steel eyes. He looked like a beast hidden in human skin. Sishan Balthaz, the White Wolf, Carmen's older brother. What did you do with the stolen key, Carmen? Sishin asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Carmen's smile faltered. Brother. Sishin's eyes narrowed. Don't try to dodge the question. What did you do with the key you stole from our father?
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
He asked about the key. Carmen replied, meeting Sishin's gaze. I've already used it. You've already used it? Sishin scrutinized Carmen with his pale eyes before speaking. Any injuries? Carmen glanced at me and quickly responded. Fortunately, none. As you know, Father detests theft. Not only did you steal, but you can't even return what you've stolen. Because you've already used the key. Carmen bit his lips slightly, meeting Sishin's gaze. But, brother, I desperately needed that key. I tried discussing it with Father before I took it, but he simply refused without giving any reason. Carmen. Sishin rested his hand on his sword hilt, his voice firm. No matter the circumstances, theft cannot be justified. Remember Father's words. Achievements gained through dishonest means are worse than not achieving anything. Everything falls into place when principles are upheld. Carmen clenched his fists tightly. Brother, I agree with what our father says. I respect our father, who is always principled. But, he lifted his head, glaring fiercely at his half-brother. Why did those principles abandon Mother? Isn't it right to take responsibility for a woman who bore your child? Why did Mother have to vanish without a trace as soon as she gave birth to me? Carmen's eyes flickered. Even the lowliest on the streets take responsibility for their own children. I must ask, brother, does the honor of Ensis Baltas fall short of such riffraff? So much so that it can't take responsibility for a single woman? Every time I inquired about my mother, Father remained silent. To any observer, it's nothing but cowardly evasion. Utterly cowardly. That's why I stole it. I stole it to find my mother on my own. Enough. Carmen fell silent at the icy tone. Sishin stared at Carmen's face in silence. Did you truly steal the key to find your mother? Yes. Sishin, who had been slowly closing and reopening his eyes, finally spoke. I will plead for our father's mercy. Brother. Carmen looked at Sishin, his eyes trembling on the brink of tears. Dakia, who had been standing next to me, whispered in a hushed tone. Those siblings truly care for each other. I agree. Carmen has a good older brother. As Sishin's gaze landed on us, Dakia and I hastily separated, feigning indifference. He studied our faces before speaking. I apologize for the awkwardness of our initial encounter. My brother has stirred up quite a commotion. Sishin's eyes widened slightly as he glanced at Dakia's face. Are you not Lady Dakia? Dakia cleared her throat with a hum and responded with a dignified air. It's been a while, Lord Sishin Baltas. Why are you not in Beatus? What brings you here? With supreme confidence, she replied. I'm taking a brief respite from my territory to explore the world. Sishin regarded Dakia with an indifferent gaze before responding tersely. Fleeing isn't commendable, my lady. The Duke of Small Smiles will undoubtedly be concerned. She shrugged her shoulders and spoke calmly. Don't fret. My father won't be worried about me in the slightest. By the way, how long must Carmen remain here? Sishin glanced at Carmen, who was awkwardly grinning in his cell, and shook his head. If we adhere to my father's commands, he'll have to stay here for at least a month. However, I'll attempt to argue for leniency when I meet my father today. A month. That seemed excessively long. Dakia scratched her chin and asked me, what are we to do in the capital for a month? Don't you need to return promptly? She shook her head emphatically. Not particularly. Priest Marnak, consider this. I've never once urged us to hasten. Upon reflection, she was correct. That's true, but Marnak, Sishin, who had been silently observing our conversation, suddenly interjected. Are you Marnak, the priest renowned as the great enemy of the evil gods? I nodded in confirmation. Yes. He surveyed Dakia, Sajida, Carmen, and me before speaking. So, one of Eradiko's saviors is Carmen? That's correct. After a moment of silence, Sishin spoke. This might facilitate my plea for leniency from my father. I'm delighted to meet you. He shook hands with each of us in turn before bidding us goodbye. During your stay in the capital, please visit the Baltes family mansion with Carmen if you have the opportunity. I came here briefly upon hearing of Carmen's arrest, so I must depart now. With the clinking sound of his armor, Sishin left without a hint of remorse. I watched his retreating figure and remarked, "He's quite a candid person. My brother is an exceptional man, unlike me." On his wedding day, even the stray dogs knew that the ladies of the capital were weeping. He's always been my idol. Carmen's face was filled with evident pride as he lauded Sishin. Dakia teased him. "Despite that, you seemed quite irate with your esteemed brother earlier." Scratching the back of his head, Carmen laughed. "I have to voice my thoughts to feel comfortable. By the way, did you bring that for me?" "This?" Dakia looked down at the food and glanced at Eris Grata, who had packed a lot of food. "We procured food thinking Carmen would be famished, but seems our worries were unfounded. We'll leave it here for you. Enjoy your reunion with your lover. Of course, it's a bit peculiar to do so in a prison. Priest Marnak, I just thought of an excellent restaurant. Let's go there." I grinned broadly at Carmen's squirrel-like lover, who was blushing slightly. "It will be best for both parties if we leave these lovebirds alone. Sajida, let's give them some space." As Eris Grata bowed her head shyly, Carmen winked at me from behind her. The prison bars seemed too flimsy to separate these ardent lovers. The staff at the ILEC headquarters in the capital asked with a serious expression, "Did he truly resemble this?" The priest of the blue flame nodded slightly. Her nod was filled with firm conviction. He looked exactly like this. The drawing was so crude, it bordered on chaotic. Even a 3-year-old child could draw a better picture of their parents. The staff member swallowed hard. He wanted to protest that no human could possibly look like this, but he had to choose his words carefully since the person before him was a priest of the Flame Church. Moreover, she wasn't just any priest, but one of the rare priests of the Blue Flame. A real big shot. Although not many people were aware of the priests of the Blue Flame, since they seldom appeared in the Flame Church. As members of ILEC, they couldn't feign ignorance. The staff member wetted his lips a few times before managing to speak again. "Forgive me if I'm being impertinent, but are you certain the person you're seeking is a human? He appears human, at least. I'm not sure if he truly is one, but you can tell just by looking, can't you? He looks exactly like this." "I have no idea. Absolutely no idea." Suppressing the urge to scream, he cautiously handed a pen and paper to the priest of the Blue Flame. He couldn't refuse the request of such a high-ranking individual, so he had to gather as much information as possible. "Please provide as much detail as possible about the person you're looking for." "Understood. But what would the fee be for this?" Typically, such vague requests started at a minimum of 100 gold coins. This was, after all, the headquarters of ILEC. "Oh, as for the money, I've managed to gather enough by capturing some wanted criminals on my way here." "Ah, is that so?" Fortunately, even such vague requests could be handled as long as the fee was sufficient. The blue-haired woman took out a pouch from her waist and placed it on the desk. "In total, it's 12 gold coins and 33 silver coins. Is that enough?" A small crack appeared on the employee's face. The priest of Blue Flame tilted her head and asked, "Did I take out too much? Should I take some back?" "Kill." Mother, who had taken the form of a young girl, was still struggling with the bead filled with divinity. According to Mother, she had been able to loosen the entangled divinity a bit thanks to her growth, but it would still take some time to completely unravel it. "Kill." Mother, in her anger, was about to throw the bead onto the floor. However, seeing my reaction, she reconsidered and gently placed it back down. Her small shoulders sagged in response. "You've worked hard today. It will unravel eventually." Mother crawled onto the bed and into my arms. "Kill, kill." As I patted her back, Mother grumbled about how stubborn that damned bead was. While comforting Mother, I thought about the upcoming schedule. According to the information from the Trumpeter of Rest, if my guess was correct, there was a holy relic in this capital that had Mother's divinity sealed within it. The problem was that there was no place to get reliable information. In the end, I had no choice but to use that. Knock, knock. After the rhythmic knocking, Dakia's voice could be heard. May I come in? Kill. As I calmed down Mother, who was shouting for her to just go away, I opened the door. Dakia came in with a wet head and a smile. Mother is here too. Come in first. With a creaking sound, Dakia, who had something hidden behind her, entered the room. She laughed with a mischievous voice. Hee hee. Today, you won't be able to easily refuse my touch. Kill. Mother quickly showed Dakia the middle finger of both hands. Dakia, unfazed, took out the item she had been hiding. It was bread and candy. A bag full of bread and candy. This is a snack from a bakery famous for its deliciousness even in the capital. This bread is called cream bread, and the filling is incredibly sweet and delicious. Mother will love it too. Please try some Priest Marnak. So that's where she went after saying she would go somewhere after dinner. I smiled broadly and put Mother down on the floor. Mother, it's sure to be very delicious. Why don't you try one? Mother opened her eyes thinly and looked at me, then slowly moved towards Dakia. As Mother approached, Dakia's expression brightened. She took out a piece of bread from the bag and offered it to Mother. Please try it. I'll take a hug as a thank you. Mother's eyes, flickering between black and green, turned to Dakia. Mother slowly reached out her hand. Slap! The bread in Dakia's hand rolled on the floor. Mother, who had slapped her hand away, spoke coldly. I am. A declaration that she was not being fascinated by material things. Of course, her voice did not reach Dakia. But even without the voice, the meaning was conveyed clearly enough. Dakia looked at Mother with a gloomy look and put the bag on the floor. Please have this, Priest Marnak. Before I could say anything, Dakia opened the door and left the room. This is a bit regrettable. I picked up the bread that had rolled on the floor and chewed it. It was too good a waste. I picked up the bag Dakia had left and spoke to Mother. Mother, you were a bit harsh this time. There are various ways to refuse, aren't there? Dakia bought this bread out of pure goodwill for you. When I gestured for her to sit on the bed, Mother walked over and sat next to me. Mother, I know better than anyone that the mother I admire is a very elegant and dignified person, and also a person who can admit her mistakes. Mother glanced at my face and spoke in a small voice. Kill. She would apologize next time. At her words, I smiled broadly and took out a cream bread from the bag and offered it to Mother. You've made a promise, right? Now try this. It's sure to be very delicious. Mother took a bite of the bread I offered. The change was dramatic. Dilated pupils, trembling hands, feet tapping involuntarily. Kill. Mother, who claimed it was ridiculous, quickly ate the cream bread and reached out to me. I laughed and handed her the whole bag. There was no risk of Mother getting cavities from eating too much. Mother placed the bag on her lap and held a cream bread in each hand, stuffing them into her mouth alternately. Her cheeks swelled up beyond their capacity. And then, with a creaking sound, the door opened. I just realized I didn't eat anything after buying these. Can I have just one? Thud. The cream bread in Mother's mouth fell to the floor. Mother, with her cheeks puffed up, looked at Dakia with a lost expression. It was a disaster caused by Dakia's unexpected return. After rejecting her so coldly, to be caught stuffing her face as soon as she left. I was so embarrassed watching this that I wanted to hide in a mouse hole. Dakia, who had finished assessing the situation, smiled victoriously. It's really delicious, isn't it? Mother's head drooped weakly. Kill. She replied with a single word that it was indeed delicious. Her skin is so soft. Her hair is soft too. Ultimately, Mother gave in to the allure of cream puffs, offering herself to Dakia in return for the guaranteed possession of the bread in the bag. Dakia was thrilled, gently stroking Mother's hair on her lap and lightly poking her cheeks. Chomp, chomp. Mother concentrated on eating the cream puffs, her face stern, indifferent to whether Dakia was enjoying herself or not. Can I feed you myself? At her smirking question, Mother lifted her head, looked at Dakia, and silently raised the middle finger of her left hand. Dakia continued to play with Mother, arranging her hair in various ways. Oh, right. Priest Marnak. Yes. Speak. She asked me, caressing Mother's cheek. I don't think Carmen will be released so soon. What are you planning to do in the meantime? I had a plan I had already considered. The plan was to find the holy relic sealed with Mother's divinity in this vast capital. The problem was that I hadn't decided yet if I could share this plan with Dakia. As I stared at her, Dakia tilted her head and smiled. Why aren't you answering? I'm wondering if I can tell you my plan. Wondering, a faint wrinkle formed on Dakia's pale forehead. I even swore I wouldn't reveal your secret to anyone, but you're saying you won't trust me? I thought we had established trust between us. Kill. Mother, seated on Dakia's lap, chuckled, saying it served her right. I responded while looking at Dakia, who felt deeply betrayed. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have mentioned that I was thinking about it in the first place. I'm just being cautious because I'm worried that the lady might misunderstand me. I won't be surprised no matter what I hear at this point. Please feel free to talk. As Dakia pounded her chest and boasted, Mother used her breasts as cushions as if she didn't care and leaned on them, munching on the cream puffs. I made up my mind as I looked at Dakia, whose eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity. Then I will trust and tell you. Listen to it, and don't misunderstand. Okay, I'm ready not to be surprised no matter what you say. I'm going to visit a demon's friend tomorrow. Her two golden eyes blinked repeatedly, bewildered. What? A demon? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? I replied with a smile. You heard it right. Two men walked through the back alleys of the bustling capital. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom, Battis Draco, frowned. Is it still far? Why are we going round and round? Just a little bit further. Only a little while ago, he explained that the ILEC headquarters was not a place where anyone who wanted to go could easily enter. Hilden, the head of the eastern branch of ILEC, hurried along, accustomed to the scolding. Reno, it's almost time for someone from the HQ to come to greet us. There was no way the headquarters did not know that the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom had arrived in the capital. Usually, when they found out that someone of this importance was coming for them, the headquarters sent personnel to accompany these distinguished guests. A man with a very ordinary-looking impression walked out between the alleys. Follow me. Third prince. Lust move quickly. The man nodded and quietly took the lead, guiding our way. A deep furrow formed on Hilden's forehead as he followed him. He was displeased with the situation. Very displeased. That bastard didn't mention my name on purpose. The long-standing conflict between ILEC's headquarters and its 4 branches east, west, north, and south had been a constant issue. More accurately, the headquarters had a tendency to covertly disregard the 4 branches. This was deeply intertwined with ILEC's history. Originally, the organization known as ILEC was founded in the capital of the Northern Kingdom. The 4 branches east, west, south, and north were defeated and subjugated after a power struggle with ILEC. As a result, while the heads of the 4 branches were technically high-ranking officers within ILEC, they were treated as lesser compared to the headquarters. Indeed, there was a significant disparity in status between them. Regardless of whether there was a difference in level, it was all repugnant. Hilden stared at the man ahead with such intensity, it was as if he wanted to bore a hole into the back of his head with his gaze. What on earth are you doing? Hilden was taken aback by Battis' abrupt question. Oh, what? Oh, nothing. Battis poked Hilden's head in response. Quit daydreaming and focus on how you're going to help me. Got it. As if guiding you here wasn't enough. What more do you expect me to do? Hilden felt this was unjust, but he managed to maintain a calm facade, concealing his true feelings as best he could. Yes, I'll do my utmost. Battis glanced at him and turned away, seemingly uninterested. Hilden was once again infuriated by this dismissive attitude, but as always, he kept his feelings to himself. They entered the underground passage leading to ILEC's headquarters. On the other side, a blue-haired woman in robes was exiting the headquarters, escorted by another member of the organization. The gaze of the Blue Flame priest and Battis met briefly. They passed each other without showing any interest. Once the blue-haired woman was completely out of sight, Hilden expressed his admiration. Wasn't the woman who just passed by exceptionally beautiful? Battis shrugged his shoulders, responding nonchalantly. Not interested. What? Hilden was taken aback by the unexpected response. It was not the kind of answer he expected from a man who used to entertain women daily when he was at the Eastern Branch. Battis smirked. Why would I bother looking at every woman who passes by when so many are already clinging to me? His answer was surprisingly candid. Hilden, intrigued, asked another question. Why then are you so obsessed with Lady Dakia? Was it not his possessiveness towards the famously beautiful Lady Dakia? Well, Battis hesitated mid-response and abruptly slapped Hilden on the back of his head. Hilden, caught off guard, yelped. Tears welled up in his eyes. Ouch! Battis patted Hilden on the back of his head, admonishing him. Quit your whining. You're only going to get hurt asking too many questions, so don't provoke me. Provoke you? Hilden seethed inwardly, glaring at the man from headquarters walking ahead. In the brief moment when he was struck by the lizard prince, he noticed the man shrug slightly. Once the guide was completed, he was certain the man would spread the news that the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom was accustomed to hitting the back of the head of those from the Eastern Branch. Naturally, his reputation would be tarnished. Despite being aware of the impending situation, Hilden was powerless to prevent it. Fuck, we're here. Let's go in. Following the door opened by the guide, the two entered Ileka's headquarters. A new person from headquarters walked out of the building and welcomed the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom. Welcome to Ilek. Third Prince is Battis Draco. Don't bother with greetings. Let's get right to the point. Yes, you can follow me. Hilden instinctively tried to follow Battis, but a staff member from headquarters halted him. You may now return to the Eastern Branch. Mixed feelings of relief and resentment for being so blatantly dismissed flooded Hilden's mind. Yeah, damn it. This is better. Time to go home. Let's tell him to follow us. The man bowed his head deeply in response. According to the rules, individuals from other branches should not interact with the person who came to headquarters for a request. Slap. The man from headquarters who had just been slapped spun around. Battis glared at him, visibly irritated. Hey, do you find me amusing? Huh. If I say something once, you should understand. Don't interrupt me. I'm asking just one more time. Can he or not? The man sighed deeply and replied. Sigh, head of the Eastern Branch. You may follow us. Smack. Battis's hand struck the man's head. The man, who had been hit and knocked off balance, fell to the floor. How dare you sigh like that? Huh? Have you lost your mind? Hey, hurry up. Bring a new guide to replace this disrespectful brat. Hurry up. And you, follow me. Yes, yes. Hilden silently cheered as he watched the headquarters staff member writhing on the floor. Just as I thought, this lunatic doesn't care about time and place. I knew it. It felt as though a century-old grudge was being washed away. Hilden thought it wouldn't be bad to watch the headquarters staff suffer a bit longer. Hey, why aren't you following me? Hilden flashed a broad smile at Battis and responded with a firm voice. I'm going. I'm right behind you. Are we sure we're in the right place? It seems so, according to this. A dilapidated building barely stood before us. A structure so precarious that no one would be surprised if it collapsed at any moment. Dakia and I had left Sajida to rest at the dorm. Upon our departure, I opened the pouch given to me by the Demon Lord. Inside was a small metal badge shaped like a black butterfly, along with a simple map. We had arrived at this location by following the map's instructions. Dacia surveyed the building, then cautiously broke the silence. Should we go in? Yes, let's proceed. Hold on. Just as we were about to enter the ramshackle building, a man in bulky clothes obstructed our path. I don't know who you are, but this is my home. You can't just. I silently presented the black butterfly badge. The man, upon inspecting the badge, ceased his objections and stepped aside. Enter. Upon entering the decrepit building, we immediately discerned that the shabby exterior was merely a facade. It was simply the entrance to a basement. Dakia glanced at the flickering lights lining the hallway wall and turned to me. Isn't it a bit eerie that there's no one in this long corridor? Perhaps it's because this is where the friend of a demon resides. I responded with a grin. It seems this friend has a preference for dark, gloomy places, much like mold. Regardless, we've come this far. We might as well proceed. Dakia swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Right. We've come too far to turn back empty-handed. We continued our journey down the dark underground passage. Throughout their journey in the underground passage, Lady Dakia continuously expressed her astonishment. I never knew such a place existed in the capital. I'm unfamiliar with the capital myself. Usually, country folk are astounded by structures like this, but you don't seem surprised at all. That's because I had seen such things before I fell into this world. Just as I was about to respond, a man cloaked in black appeared from the other end of the passage. Someone is approaching. Dakia turned to me, her face serious. Should I use magic if necessary? I'd rather not die in a collapsing tunnel. Stop. I've improved significantly. You know that. I recall it wasn't sufficient for use in a potentially collapsing basement. I can do it. Trust me. I'll trust you next time. As we bickered, the man shrouded in black suddenly stood before us. I prepared to draw the butcher if necessary, then asked, "Are you here to guide us?" He didn't respond, merely nodding silently. The mysterious man then took the lead, retracing the path he had come from. Dakia moved closer to me and whispered, "He's rather eerie, not speaking like that. He doesn't seem interested in us, so I don't think we need to worry. Still, it's surprising that even demons have friends. I've heard that demons are evil and can't make friends. Many people struggle to make friends, even if they aren't demons. That's actually true." At the end of the winding hallway, a black door awaited us. Our guide stood silently by the door. That means we can go in, right? It seems so. As soon as I nudged the door, it swung open smoothly, as if oiled. We entered a bedroom, entirely painted black. A woman, scantily clad in a dress, lay on a luxurious bed adorned with black lace, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Nigerian Naira Thailand. Let black hair, black eyes, and clear pupils. The provocative beauty moved the cigarette in her mouth and spoke, a cloud of gray smoke escaping her lips. "Why are you here?" I presented the butterfly badge the demon lord had given me. A deep furrow formed on the woman's forehead as she examined the badge. "That's not what I asked. I asked why you came to me." "Kill." Mother screamed that the woman was also a demon. "A demon, huh?" I carefully chose my words. "I came here to ask for a little help." "Help?" The woman slowly rose from the bed. She adjusted her loose shoulder straps and sat comfortably on the bed, her shoulders still resting against the headboard. Her gaze swept over my body. "Your name?" "I am Marnak, and this is Lady Dakia Ermel." "Marnak?" "The renowned Marnak." "Most likely." The woman tapped her cigarette and continued at a leisurely pace. "I am, writhing curiosity, a demon. Since you've brought that badge, I presume you won't draw your sword upon learning I'm a demon, correct?" "I won't." "Then come and sit. It's tiresome to keep looking up." We took our seats. Writhing curiosity studied my face and smiled. "Since you didn't react to my revelation of being a demon, I assume you're not a priest of maintenance, correct?" "Correct. I had initially come seeking assistance in locating Mother's relics, so I had no intention of concealing my purpose. I serve the Mother of Corruption." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Son of Corruption? Are you truly the son of corruption?" "What's the matter?" "What, you ask?" She picked up her cigarette and gestured towards my face. "You're not insane, despite being the son of corruption. Come closer. Let me read you." "Read me? Is that really necessary?" "Not particularly. It's merely my curiosity. My name is Writhing Curiosity. Wouldn't you expect me to be curious about everything based on my name alone? However, I can't discern much with this body, so don't fret. I merely wish to understand why you're so different from the others I've encountered." Her reasoning seemed sound. As I pondered, Writhing Curiosity, who had risen from the bed, reached out towards my face. Slap. Kill. With a soft glow emanating from my pocket, Mother emerged in the form of a girl, questioning who dared to touch me. The previously drowsy eyes of Writhing Curiosity widened even further. She alternated her gaze between Mother and me, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Just as I stated earlier. She reclined on the bed again, massaging her temples. "Something significant is about to transpire." "What are you referring to?" "What, you ask?" Writhing Curiosity extended her hand, pointing at Mother in my arms. "It implies you're stirring up considerable trouble. You're collecting the sealed relics of the Mother of Corruption. How many have you gathered so far?" "For 5, perhaps." How on earth did she know I had collected for? I strained my posture. Could you elaborate? No, I can't. I can't. Ask her. Kill. Looking at Mother's face, she tilted her head, seemingly clueless. She claims she doesn't know anything. Writhing curiosity's face contorted into a peculiar expression. Did you just communicate with a god? Directly? Without any reward? I frequently converse with Mother, as dialogue is essential for maintaining a harmonious relationship. She placed the cigarette between her lips and began to puff again. The son of corruption, sane and conversing casually with his god, and the mother of corruption is oblivious to it all. As the room filled with thick smoke, the demon opened her mouth, her gaze shifting between Mother and me. Since when? What do you mean? Writhing curiosity tapped her forehead. Since when have you been able to communicate normally with others? Especially after your body underwent such improvements. Since the beginning. She smiled at Mother, who glared back at the demon with vigilant eyes. The demon shook her head and spoke. It's risky to bet everything on one thing. Were you forced into such a situation? You. Yes. Writhing curiosity pointed at me. You'll have to work very hard to repay what you've received. Very, very hard. Could you elaborate? If I reveal more, they'll notice. Even this is a tightrope walk. Her finger pointed towards the sky. The sky, or rather, the heavenly gods would notice? Then there was nothing I could do. Then I won't ask anymore. That's wise. It wouldn't be good to ask for a favor and earn my hatred over other issues, right? I nodded. The demon was right. My current priority was to find the holy relic believed to be in the capital. Writhing curiosity looked at me with playful eyes, large dark circles beneath them. Her eyes held a peculiar color. But you know that asking a demon for anything comes with a price, right? Yes, what do you want? She licked her lips and slid her shoulder straps down. Sleep with me for one night. I've never been with a sane son of corruption. No, the response came not from me, but from Lady Dekia, who had been quietly listening. And Mother, like a hawk, lunged at the demon as soon as she finished speaking. Kill, 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 kill. A relentless flurry of cotton fists exploded on the demon's face. The demon, smiling, allowed Mother's reckless attack to land without resistance. It's too fluffy. At that brief comment, Mother looked at her own clenched fists with a shocked expression. Kill. Do I have cotton fists? Mother looked at me with trembling eyes, filled with intense denial. The denial seemed to say, I'm not cotton-fisted, right? I gently averted my gaze from Mother's, because she indeed had cotton fists. Kill. The demon lifted her, settling her onto her lap, and rested her chin atop Mother's head. Mother whimpered, struggling to dislodge the demon's jaw, but her efforts proved futile. Writhing curiosity smiled mischievously. I'm joking. Don't take it too seriously. Well, if you really want to, I can roll around with you. I've never really been with a sane son of corruption. After she finished speaking, she pulled her shoulder straps further down. Kill. Mother quickly grabbed the shoulder strap and hoisted it back onto the demon's shoulder. I'll just appreciate the thought. Still, you have to pay something. I don't work for free. Hurry up and pay me. She extended her pale palm. What are you talking about? The badge in your hand. That's enough. Weren't you told to give it to me when asking for my help in the first place? I didn't hear that at all. Writhing curiosity grinned and took the black butterfly badge from me. That can happen. Little pranks add to the joy of life. We should always have fun, don't you think? The demon lord's words about living happily overlapped with hers. I chuckled quietly. I think so too. Nodding satisfactorily, writhing curiosity spoke as she hugged Mother tightly. Since you're the son of corruption, it's obvious what you want. You came looking for your mother's divinity-sealed relic, didn't you? You're asking me to help you find it. Yes, that's correct. Good. That holy relic, I just happen to have it. I was lucky. I had managed to obtain the holy relic promptly so that I could release another one of Mother's seals. The demon wore a playful smile. It was truly a pity. But what can I do? I wagered your mother's relic as a prize. Wagered as a prize? That? Kill. I questioned the demon on behalf of Mother. A prize for what? The demon responded. tapping Mother's head with her chin. I wagered it as a prize for winning the underground arena I manage. I've been paid and have told you its location, so the decision is yours. If you want the holy relic, participate and win. She extended her hand and touched Mother's chin with her finger, but was promptly slapped on the back of her hand. She grinned, a lone mole under her left eye dancing as she smiled. Oh, if you want to receive the holy relic directly from me, come to my bed without your mother's knowledge. If you spend a pleasant night with me, I'll simply give it to you. What will you do? When the demon asked, Mother, in her arms, looked at me with trembling eyes. Kill. She asked, You won't do it, right? It was certainly an attractive offer that was comfortable and even easy, but the two eyes of writhing curiosity watching me were filled with a deep sense of playfulness, as if she was having fun watching me troubled. I replied with a smile. Enough joking around. It's already hard enough. The demon chuckled, brushing off the cigarette ash. She put it in her mouth again and answered me. Was that obvious? You must have a reason for sending me to the underground arena. Why is that? It has something to do with you and your mother. Writhing curiosity held Mother in her arms, and Mother struggled as she was buried in the demon's chest. Writhing curiosity had a really big heart. Kill. I momentarily turned away from Mother's struggles, a paradoxical choice for her sake, but I knew she would understand. Please provide more details. Kill. Mother bit her hand, causing her to playfully exclaim, Ouch, before responding to me. Consider this, son of corruption. Why would I stake the relic I've protected all this time as the prize for winning this underground arena? Could it be that someone was tormenting the demon, coveting the holy relic, to the point where she had no choice but to offer it as a prize for victory? The only possible tormentors of the demon were clear. I presume the evil god worshippers have emerged. She responded with a broad smile. Correct. You've hit the nail on the head. It's refreshing to have someone catch on so quickly. They were such a nuisance that I tossed it into the underground arena as a prize, hoping they would take it themselves. However, the situation has now changed. She pointed the cigarette stick towards my face. I did this not because I favored the irritating evil god worshippers, but because I hadn't found anyone deserving of it. Are you suggesting I should eliminate the evil god worshippers in the underground arena? Why not just covertly hand me the holy relic? It would take a mere second to restore the divinity. If you restore the divinity, the evil god worshippers will instantly become aware. It wouldn't be a bad idea for you to participate in the underground arena and eliminate the evil god worshippers. She extended 2 fingers, then began to explain, slowly folding them one by one. Firstly, you'll need to retrieve the relic from Liberatio yourself someday. Oh, are you familiar with Liberatio? I nodded, and she chuckled before continuing. That's good. You should seize the opportunity to reduce the number of enemies. It will be beneficial when you eventually confront Liberatio. Remember, this is the capital of a kingdom. Do you understand what I'm implying? With ring above. I grasped the demon's meaning. This was the capital where priests resided unlike in other places. Even evil god worshippers couldn't easily use their powers here, especially during times of heightened vigilance against them. Moreover, I was immune to attacks that lacked divinity. It was the perfect condition for stalking the evil god worshippers. The demon's eyes curved softly, her mole adding a vulgar touch. I see you understand. What should I do? After pondering, I met her gaze. I have no intention of killing indiscriminately just because I'm an evil god worshipper. Really? That's surprising. I thought you killed quite a few on your way here. Each had its own reason. They had committed genocide against the innocent right in front of me. The demon slowly licked her lips. You're living in a complicated way. Well, I like that even more. Hang on a minute. Writhing curiosity rose from the bed. Freed from the demon's grasp, Mother quickly ran into my arms. I patted Mother's back, watching the demon. She retrieved something from a closet in the corner of the vast bedroom. They were living human eyes. The demon looked at me. So, if I give you the reasons, you would kill them? The eyeballs in the demon's hand burst, but instead of flesh and body fluids, white powder spread and seeped towards me. It was a memory. Screams. Pleas for life. Ruthless slaughter, torturous pain, more screams, endless screams, unfathomable cries. Kill! A firm voice jolted me awake. Regaining my senses, I saw Mother baring her teeth and growling at the demon. Writhing curiosity looked at me and smiled quietly. Do you think you have a good reason now? The memories that had briefly permeated began to fade gradually, as if they never intended to linger. Only the vague impression left by the memories remained. What is this? Well, you must have guessed. Those are the memories of the evil god worshippers who participated in my underground arena. What do you think? Is this enough reason? The reason that you can kill them without guilt. After a brief silence, I responded, Is it all true? The demon smirked before replying curtly. Unfortunately, as soon as I exited the demon's bedroom, Dakia drew a deep breath. Ugh, that was truly unsettling. Priest Marnak, didn't you feel anything? The moment I stepped into the room, I fell short of breath, almost choked. That's why I couldn't speak freely. The writhing curiosity must have done something to prevent Dakia from intervening in the conversation. But do you genuinely wish to participate in the underground arena? I nodded. Yes. Even if I lose, she promised to take care of the relic. I believe it's worth doing what she wants. The fleeting memories gave me even more reason to participate. Dakia studied my face. But just before we left the room, the demon whispered something in your ear. What did she say? She had suggested that I could secretly visit her in bed whenever I wanted, but if I mentioned that here, Mother would be furious again. I only shared what the demon added to the proposal. She advised me to bet on myself if I'm confident about winning. Since it's an underground arena, I think there's a dividend if you correctly predict the winner. Kill. Mother declared that she would bet all our current money on me. It wasn't a bad suggestion. I was quite confident, too. Invest money and retrieve it. I looked at Dakia and smiled. For now, let's return to the dorm. It's getting late. I've been searching for you for ages. Where on earth have you been wandering? Upon our return to the dorm, we were greeted by none other than Aurelius. Why were you looking for us? I've decided to assign a separate case to you guys. I brought something for you. Let's go up to my room first. We followed him to the largest room in the inn. On a large table in the room, 2 items were placed. A plain black mask and a ring. Sit down. I've already given Sajida Carmen's share. Carmen is currently confined, so it will be difficult for me to deliver it to him personally. Dakia looked at the ring and the mask. Were you waiting for us to give these directly? Of course. Isn't it more satisfying to receive it directly from a giver? Come on, take a look. This ring is my gift to Lady Dakia. Ancient words were etched into the brass-colored ring that was almost golden. The ring was a relic of the ancient empire. As Dakia accepted the ring, Aurelius began to explain, as if he had been waiting for this moment. This ring enhances the finesse of magic handling when worn. Dakia's eyes widened as she asked Aurelius. Then, isn't this incredibly valuable? Aurelius smiled and shook his head. It's not as valuable as you think, lady. Wearing that ring limits the amount of magic you can wield. In other words, it's a tool for practicing how to handle magic effectively. It's exactly what you need to practice magic in full swing. Dakia looked at the ring and smiled broadly. I'll use it well. Aurelius looked at her contentedly and handed me the black plaid mask. This is a relic just like that ring. Take a good look. As I put on the mask, it quickly fragmented into hundreds of pieces and transformed into a shape that fit perfectly on my face. Moreover, it constantly changed its form. This is a mask that morphs into the shape the wearer desires. It's not very strong, but even if it's broken, it will regenerate itself over time. Don't you get a lot of blood and gore on your face due to the nature of the immortalium weapon? If you use this, it'll be a little less. Aurelius removed the mask and handed it to me. I carefully accepted the mask and said, Still, these are all relics of the ancient empire. Wouldn't it be costly for you to give them away like this? Not at all. With a smile, his exposed teeth gleamed with a golden light. The cost of my life is on another level compared to these relics. I'm deeply grateful to both of you for saving me from dying in the snow. As the oil-filled lamps flickered, the host of the underground arena shouted loudly, It's coming! It's coming! It's coming without hesitation with those big feet. The name everyone knows. Let's call it out together. Bigfoot, Bigfoot, Bigfoot. I bet on you. Bigfoot, crush it. Whoa. Amid the cheers, a man 3 heads taller than a robust adult emerged, moving his big feet, living up to his nickname. Thick armor covered his entire body, and a massive iron club hung over his shoulders. Bigfoot smiled contentedly amidst the crowd's cheers. And Bigfoot's opponent is a rookie. Welcome him with cheers. As soon as the host finished speaking, a man in a jacket emerged from the waiting room. His muscles bulged, reminiscent of a leopard. He wore wide black trousers and a black mask over his face, similar to a modern hockey mask. As soon as he landed, he jumped off the floor and, using his flexible muscles, made exactly 4 spins in the air before landing gracefully. The opponent of the experienced Bigfoot is the Human Butcher, intimidating by name alone. When his name, Human Butcher, was announced, Marnak stretched out his hands, strutted around the vast arena as if it were his own room, and incited cheers. A warm cheer erupted from the audience at his clever action. Whoa! Did you see that? Did you just see that? Spinning like a top in the air. That was insane. Insane. Don't lose, Bigfoot. I bet on you. Was this the same guy who claimed he didn't know what to do because it was his first time in a place like this? He seemed too engrossed. Dekia, who was watching the scene from the crowd with her robe hood tightly drawn, spoke in a bewildered voice. Is there some kind of history in there? Whoa. As the cheers roared around him, Bigfoot managed to suppress his surging excitement, calmly observing his opponent. The self-proclaimed Human Butcher, a name that reeked of violence. The man standing before him was audacious, not just in name. He wore loose black cloth pants, his upper body bare, and a mask to cover his face. This underground arena was no playground. It was a space for bloodshed and death. He hadn't stepped onto the stage clad in thick armor and wielding an iron club for nothing. Once on this stage, there were only 2 ways to survive: win the fight or beg for mercy from your opponent. Every match in the underground arena was winner takes all. The loser faced a brutal death or crippling injuries that would prevent them from ever returning. Bigfoot let out a low roar, his yellow teeth bared. Bring your armor and weapons, boy. The Human Butcher, Marnak, quietly extended his hands, raising only the middle finger of each. Bigfoot didn't understand the gesture, but he was certain this bastard was mocking him. I'll crush your limbs. Furious, he charged towards the Human Butcher. It was a reckless rush, but Bigfoot's eyes were sharper than ever, closely watching his opponent's movements. First, a light check. J whoosh. Bigfoot swung the iron club in his hand relentlessly. Marnak leapt behind him, lightly tilting his chin to dodge the attack. The Human Butcher, having widened the gap between them, flicked his index finger, signaling that this was nothing. Wow! The crowd erupted once more at the impressive maneuver. Bigfoot's face reddened. This bastard. Bang! Bigfoot, in his wild sprint, swung the iron club with his long arm, unleashing an unstoppable onslaught. He used the difference in weight and reach to his advantage. The iron club cut through the air, hurtling towards the Human Butcher. Marnak calmly dodged the first blow. The second attack followed swiftly. Marnak evaded the continuous barrage of club swings. No, he didn't just evade them. He weaved through them, playfully poking Bigfoot's armor with his fingers. Cheers filled the air as the crowd watched the relaxed movements. Hoo-hoo! There must be a reason he came out naked. He's so agile. I've never seen a battle like this. Bigfoot, you fool. You can't land a single hit. What are you doing? I bet on you. Bigfoot was screaming internally as he swung his iron club. Do you think I'm missing him on purpose? Each swing of the iron club felt empty, as if he was merely swiping at the air. The Human Butcher was clearly in front of him, yet he couldn't touch him. His arms grew weaker with each swing, his back damp with cold sweat. He might die like this. The desire to live pushed Bigfoot to exert his muscles to their limit. He let out a desperate cry, longing to hit his target. Ah! The iron club sliced through the air faster than ever before, rushing towards the human butcher. He glided and jumped over the ground. The opportunity created by the club's swing was seized by Marnak, who stretched out his hand. It was circumflex. Ugh! Marnak's right hand gripped Bigfoot's neck. He continued running without stopping, Bigfoot's giant body suspended from his hand. Bigfoot is flying. Bigfoot is flying. Flying Bigfoot. Bang! As Marnak sprinted and jumped, Bigfoot's huge body followed, his neck still in Marnak's grip. Bigfoot tried to remove the hand from his neck, but it wouldn't budge, as if it were made of steel. Anything that ascends without wings will naturally fall. Bigfoot felt a change in the airflow, the resistance of the air that had been supporting him from below. If he were to be thrown headfirst onto the floor, he would surely be severely injured. He cried out in desperation, "Spare me. Please spare me. I have no intention to kill you. Let's relax your muscles. This is going to hurt." Bang! Bigfoot hit the floor back first, not head first. It happened much quicker than he expected. The human butcher whispered quickly, "Pretend to be in pain as if you've been shocked. I want to live, you know." Ugh! Bigfoot let out a fake groan and writhed on the floor like a beached fish. From his stands, higher than the stadium, Bigfoot appeared to be in pain, his head on the ground, motionless. While Bigfoot was performing, Marnak, who had risen from his seat as if bouncing, slyly walked along the stadium's outer wall, leading the crowd's cheers. What is this? Why is he so agile? That's insane. Totally insane. Wowea. Marnak approached Bigfoot again and whispered, audible only to Bigfoot, "Yeah, just do that." The two continued their act. Marnak gently tossed Bigfoot to the other side with a variety of arbitrary and flashy attacks, and Bigfoot became more engrossed in his performance. Wah-ah-wah-ea-wah-ea. Bigfoot, he's persistent even though he knows there's no chance of winning. Did that guy always have such a strong will? It's amazing. This is getting me fired up. A duel between two brave fighters. That's what I came for. Finally, the match reached its climax. Lust as the human butcher had instructed him to pretend to be unconscious and not move, Bigfoot lay on his back in the corner of the stadium. That's the human butcher. The human butcher. He's scaling the wall with his bare hands. Marnak ascended, digging his fingers into the stone pillar. His pace was neither too slow nor too fast, allowing the audience to marvel at his feat. Midway up the column, Marnak dangled from a height equivalent to 5 or 6 adults stacked on top of each other, absorbing the subdued cheers. Every day, he had to depart as if perpetually on the run. When had he ever been able to bask in cheers so comfortably? Now was his moment to reciprocate this fervent applause. The cheers dwindled and silence fell over the crowd as Marnak gestured slowly, embedding one hand deep into the pillar and suspending himself at the center. In the ensuing silence, the human butcher launched himself off the pillar. Rotation, rotation, continuous rotation. His muscles flexed more elegantly than anyone else's, revealing stunning definition. Bigfoot watched the spectacle with narrowed eyes, a scream echoing in his heart. If I get hit by that, I'll surely die. Should he rise now and flee? But he was currently pretending to be unconscious. Immersed in his role, Bigfoot clenched his eyes shut. He chose to trust his partner, his co-star in this performance. Marnak, in mid-fall, ceased spinning. He angled his elbows into the shape of a sharp awl and plummeted straight towards Bigfoot's stomach. Bang! Finally, the human butcher, descending like a beam of light, signaled Bigfoot. Bigfoot quickly bit his lip and spat out blood. A flawless improvisation. Cough! With Bigfoot finally receiving the signal behind him, Marnak lifted his right elbow, which had been damaged by the impact of the fall, and sprang up like a coil. A wave of cheers erupted as the human butcher raised his left hand in the silence. Why? The spectacular performances of the two fighters and the fervor ignited by their showmanship captivated the audience. The excitement was akin to a gathering of fanatics. Once the match concluded, the host hurriedly ran out and thrust the voice-amplifying ancient artifact into the human butcher's mouth. What an exhilarating match. Say something, human butcher. Marnak attempted to grasp the voice-amplifying artifact with his right hand, but remembering his recently injured elbow, he roughly seized the artifact with his left hand. Human butcher, human butcher, human butcher. Seeing the audience incessantly chanting his name, Marnak quickly strategized. Crafting a persona was crucial in such situations. The audience fell silent once more, eagerly awaiting the human butcher's remarks. Marnak, the human butcher, slowly surveyed the stands. His intense aura left the audience breathless. The persona. Marnak had already decided on the character he would portray. He knew the persona that commanded a stronger presence than any other. Kill. In a few words, the human butcher spread his arms wide and bellowed, ensuring everyone heard him clearly. He drew his thumb across his throat, completing his sentence. Kill them all. The electrified crowd echoed the human butcher's battle cry passionately. Kill, 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 kill. Amid the escalating frenzy, Marnak grinned broadly. His face was concealed by a mask, so no one noticed. Drip, drip. As I removed the mask, sweat poured down my face. Lady Dakia handed me a cloth and spoke. I never imagined you would go to such lengths. How could you sever your own leg and arm just to demonstrate your abilities? I settled into a chair, accepting the cloth with my remaining hand, and wiped away the sweat. It was invigorating, as if all the pent-up stress had been washed away. It was exhilarating. Did you hear it too? The crowd chanting human butcher, kill, kill, kill. In my trouser pocket, Mother incessantly chanted Marnak the human butcher. Dakia shook her head, declaring me a lost cause. I'm not convinced this is a healthy way to vent. However, I made a considerable profit. Bang, bang, bang. Someone pounded on the door. Swiftly, I replaced my mask and beckoned them in with a hushed voice. Enter. The door creaked open, and Bigfoot, a man towering 3 heads above an average adult, stooped to enter my chamber. I studied Bigfoot in silence. He returned my gaze, his eyes fixated on my mask, before he finally spoke. I came to express my gratitude for sparing my life. No, as a gladiator, you've been killed by me. Quit the arena and pursue something more worthwhile. Bigfoot nodded silently, lowering his iron club to the floor. I intended to do so. I have a new dream. A dream? Could a match inspire such a thing? Despite my confusion, Bigfoot continued. I aspire to be a theater actor. If I succeed, I'll surely invite you, human butcher. Until then, stay alive. He spat out his words as if discarding them, then departed. As the door closed, Dakia, her hood drawn tightly around her face, turned from the wall to question me. You didn't orchestrate this, did you? Absolutely not. But will you approach the next match with the same flamboyance? I shook my head. No. Why not? There was no need for the next match to be so theatrical. There was no reason to spare the next opponent. I answered Dakia with a grin. The next one is an evil god worshipper. I enjoyed the match. It was very impressive. Her eyes curved softly, the mole near her eye fluttering as she smiled. After my shower, I found writhing curiosity seated in the waiting room. Lady Dakia sat nearby, watching the demon with a hint of discomfort. I thought you would be an uptight nerd, but seeing you run wild like that, it seems you've been holding back, huh? After a cold shower, I felt a bit ashamed of my past rampage, intoxicated by the atmosphere. To be honest, I had indeed gotten too excited. It's not like that. The demon slowly rose and walked towards me. A light robe draped over her shoulders, revealing almost all her bare skin. As she reached out her hand towards my face, her gown lifted, revealing her pure white skin. If you still have some steam to let off, I can kill. Slap. Mother, in the form of a girl, jumped out, smacking the demon's hand away and landing neatly on the floor. The demon blinked a few times, grinned, and scooped Mother into her arms. Kill. The demon just hugged Mother, who was struggling and demanding to be let go, and chuckled. You mean he's yours? You're so cute. So cute. Kill. Eventually, Mother gave up resisting and drooped her shoulders. The demon turned to me, rubbing the non-resistant mother's cheek. By the way, I meant it when I said it was impressive, you know? But it was all staged from the middle of the fight, right? Staged? What Bigfoot and I did was something beyond just a stage. It wasn't. It was just that Bigfoot and I had a mutual connection. Through that bond, we completed a great play. He was a very good partner. That's what staged means, isn't it? No. Writhing curiosity sat back on the chair, still holding Mother in her arms. But the response to that stage was very good. I'm considering putting some staged fights in the future. Of course, I'll have to find good actors first. Speaking of which, would you like to work with me? It looks like you have enough qualities to become the star of my underground arena. I appreciate the offer, but I will decline it. You're so cold. I have to unlock Mother's seal. Kill. Two eyes filled with deep emotion. Mother squeezed out all her remaining strength and struggled violently, then got out of the demon's arms, ran straight to me, and jumped. Kill. A with ring above. I reached out and took Mother into my arms. Mother raised the middle fingers of both hands, glaring at the demon. Kill. The demon chuckled again and said to me, well, it's a pity, but if you don't want, there's nothing I can do about it. But is it okay for me to use your ideas like this? I don't mind. I was just using what I had seen in the past anyway. Really? Yes. Feel free to use it. Still, it bothers me to just use it. So if it becomes a success later, I'll reward you generously. I replied with a smile. If you insist, I will not refuse. After leaving the underground arena, I headed to the bakery with Lady Dakia. The same bakery where she had bought bread last time. To be honest, I wanted to buy Mother a lot of delicious things, but I had a fatal problem when buying delicious things. Loss of taste. Because of that flaw, I couldn't tell what was delicious, but now was different, because I had someone to taste for me. There are so many delicious things besides cream puffs, so I'll take responsibility for choosing them instead of Priest Marnak, who can't taste them. Kill. In my chest pocket, Mother's hands wriggled with excitement. But we might have to get in line. It's so popular that many people are always waiting to buy something. Without writhing curiosity around, Lady Dakia babbled next to me like a fish in water. The bakery sells so well that it bakes bread twice a day, you know? By now, the bread for dinner must still be hot. Very warm and fluffy. Kill. At the words, warm and fluffy, Mother lifted her finger in anticipation of eating warm bread. There it is. In the direction Lady Dakia was pointing, there was a very large building that looked like a bakery. In front of the entrance to the building, where dozens of people could enter at the same time, there was a line of just the right length. Lady Dakia pulled my sleeves and said vigorously, "Let's hurry up and get in line." All right. As I followed her to the back of the line, I spotted a red-haired woman with a familiar face exiting the shop with an armful of bread. The red-haired woman left the building, humming as she walked down the street. Only her back was visible from where I stood. Did I see it wrong? The red-haired woman I knew was someone who couldn't possibly be here in the capital. I must have seen someone who looked like her. With that thought, I lined up for the bakery with Lady Dakia. This time, I made quite a bit of money in the arena, so I put aside my worries about money, bought all the bread Mother wanted to try, and went back to the dorm. Whoop! Upon reaching the dorm, Lady Dakia and I discovered Sajida training solo in the expansive backyard of the inn. Drenched in sweat, he thrust the white-boned spear in the air, then stabbed once more. Noticing us, Sajida, who had been spearing with all his might, offered a quiet smile and spoke. "You're back." In response, I hoisted a bag full of bread. "Since I bought your share, I'll bring it to your room too." He bowed his head slightly in thanks. "By the way, did you just train all day today?" Sajida shook his head at Lady Dakia's question. "No. In the morning, I stopped by a blacksmith shop to buy things and leave the equipment to be maintained. In the afternoon, I trained as you just asked, my lady. You are always so hard-working." "I'm not particularly hard-working. It's just that a mercenary's body is their property, so this is natural. It's not something that deserves praise." Seeing the fingers holding his spear tingling, it seemed like he wanted to train a little more before the sweat on him cooled. "Lady Dakia, let's just go upstairs." "What?" Lady Dakia who soon understood what I meant, glanced at Sajida and nodded her head. That sounds good. See you at dinner. Yes, Lady Dakia. Sajida finished answering and began to focus on throwing out the spear again. We left Sajida behind and headed to my room. As soon as we entered the room and closed the door, Mother jumped out in the form of a girl with a dim light. Mother landed on the floor with her hands wide open towards me. Kill. Yes, here it is. I smiled and handed the large bag of bread straight into Mother's arms. Mother took the bag of bread and groaned in joy. Kill. Mother's face was more serious than ever before. Kill. A voice commanded silence. Dakia and I stood still, watching Mother. She leapt up, balancing perfectly on the edge of the bed. Wow! Dakia admired Mother's feet from the edge of the bed. Mother beckoned Dakia, who quickly fell silent. The room was quiet. Then Mother sprinted from the corner of the bed, jumped, and spun in the air. She completed 2 perfect spins before landing back in her original position. With her elbows shaped like a sharp awl, Mother swiftly fell onto the bed. Kill! Her elbow, falling like a beam of light, mercilessly struck the pillow. The pillow was in pain, unable to scream as dust rose. Without checking on the pillow, Mother jumped up and slowly raised her left hand. Yes, just like I had done. Kill. Wow. Clap, clap, clap. Dakia clapped and cheered, while I was overcome with embarrassment. Dakia turned to me. Did you see that? It was exactly the same. You did it just like that. I groaned and covered my face. Mother, please don't mimic these things. Mother shook her head resolutely. Kill. She shouted. Kill them all. I was so embarrassed I wanted to disappear. Now, he's coming. The newcomer who's heating up our underground arena. The rookie who made the crowd hotter than ever. Call him, everyone. Call him by his name. Human Butcher. Human Butcher. Come out now, Human Butcher. This time I bet everything on you. Kill. 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 Clink. A man in a black mask, dragging a huge iron club, walked out slowly. The crowd recognized the weapon the Human Butcher was holding. Hey, that's Bigfoot's club. No way. Yeah, the Human Butcher killed Bigfoot and took his weapon. How terrifying is this? The Human Butcher who killed Flying Bigfoot took his weapon. Does he eat even the bone marrow from his enemies? He's so scary. Unlike the last match, the Human Butcher walked quietly towards the center of the arena. Why, Even without taking any action, the crowd's anticipation grew. They were excited to see what kind of show he would put on. Marnak, who had finally reached the center of the stadium, quietly asked his opponent, Headbreaker, who had already appeared. Is your real name Geetum? Headbreaker tilted his head in response. How do you know that? So you are Geetum. Once the 2 players were in position, the host shouted, Then let's start the match. Crash, an evil god worshipper. No, Geetum, the head of the evil god worshippers, was crushed. Flesh, brain, and blood scattered. His headless body fell to the floor. Blood dripped from his crushed neck, wetting the arena floor. Silence fell over the spectators. Marnak slowly turned and walked back to the entrance, leaving the crowd behind. He had no intention of taking pleasure in killing. Not at all. I'm truly sorry, but I don't believe we can fulfill your request. Cantor, a high-ranking official of Ilek, bowed his head with the utmost respect. However, the person he was addressing was not known for his politeness. A deep furrow appeared on the forehead of Battis Draco, the 3rd prince of the Dragon Kingdom. He crossed his legs and glared at Cantor. I must have misheard you, or perhaps you've lost your mind. Cantor raised his head and spoke slowly. The task of kidnapping Lady Dakia Ermel and bringing her to the Dragon Kingdom, as requested by 3rd Prince Battis, seems beyond Ileka's capabilities. I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. Bang! Battis slammed his fist on the table, expressing his annoyance. Why? You managed fine last time. Why the sudden change of heart? Circumstances have changed. What's changed? I pay you, and you transport Dakia to the Dragon Kingdom. It's simple. It's far from simple. Please, calm down and let me explain. Read this. Cantor presented Battis with documents he had prepared beforehand. Vatis sat quietly, his gaze fixed on Cantor. So, you expect me to read this and accept everything? Explain it to me before I lose my temper. If you fail to make me understand, you'll spend the rest of your life crawling on the floor. Remember, I, Battis Draco, always keep my word. Cantor swallowed his apprehension at Battis's intimidating demand for an explanation. Very well, I will explain why we cannot fulfill your request. There are 3 main reasons. Cantor sifted through the papers and handed one to Battis. It was a copy of the city's passbook. Firstly, the last time Lady Dakia Ermel visited the capital, Purina, she entered under pseudonym. Officially, Dakia Ermel was not in the capital. This time, however, it's different. The name Dakia Ermel was clearly written on the entry list. As you can see, Lady Dakia has officially visited the capital city of Purina. This makes covert operations significantly more challenging. The second reason is that when we attempted to kidnap her previously, there were no formidable individuals around Lady Dakia. Now, however, there are 3. Cantor produced 3 pieces of paper. Each one bore the names Marnak, Carmen Baltas, and Sajida Porgan. Carmen Baltas, the Black Dog, is the illegitimate son of Sir Ensis Baltas, as you are well aware. He possesses skills befitting his lineage. Sajida Porgan, from the Red Bear Mercenary Corps, is renowned for his personal strength. He is one of the most formidable forces in the area. But he's just a mercenary. We can bribe him. At Battis' sarcastic remarks, Cantor shook his head. He's known for his integrity, so he won't abandon a mission for extra money. That's probably because he hasn't been offered enough. I'll handle the finances, just contact him. Cantor suppressed the rising anger within him. Apart from Sajida, there is still one person left. That is Priest Marnak, known as the Demon Slayer and great enemy of the evil gods. He is a relentless champion of justice. His reputation is such that we cannot ignore his influence. We have determined that it is impossible to sway this priest in any way. Men like him are usually the ones who secretly accept more money. We should approach him in the same way we'll approach Sajida. That won't work. Why? How can you be so certain? Battis' forehead creased at Cantor's words, which held a strange conviction. Cantor slowly opened his mouth, and a bombshell dropped. We believe that this man named Marnak is in a lover relationship with Lady Dakia Ermel. It is a romantic relationship that has already become quite intimate. What? Bang. Yes. Battis slammed the table, causing papers to scatter. Stop spouting nonsense. Cantor bowed his head once more. Internally, he took subtle pleasure in seeing the prince's bewilderment. He savored the satisfaction derived from the third prince's discomfort and relayed the information he had gathered. Regrettably, the facts we've gathered support my claim. This Marnak has been seen alone with Lady Dakia, keeping the other members at a distance since entering the capital. They could have just been walking together. Cantor shook his head. It's more than that. According to our sources planted in the Golden Duck, the inn where they are currently staying, Lady Dakia secretly visits Marnak's room alone in the middle of the night. Every night. Dakia had been sneaking into Marnak's room every night to see the mother of corruption, but they were unaware of this. Ugh. Battis swallowed a groan. This was bad. If rumors spread that Dakia had a lover, it would be disastrous. Who else knows about this? For now, only our organization that initiated the investigation. You must keep this quiet. No, prevent the rumors from spreading as much as possible. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom growled, his white teeth bared. If this information leaks, I will not let you off lightly. Cantor responded in a calm voice. We had no intention of spreading this information in the first place. And I haven't yet told you the third reason why we can't accept this mission. Battis frowned and sank back into his chair, challenging Cantor to finish his explanation. Cantor continued, speaking slowly. The final reason involves the white wolf Sishan Baltas. We have received information that he has made contact with Lady Dakia. If she disappears, Sishan Baltas will take action. And Carmen Baltas is already with the lady. Aren't they both Baltas? It's not the same. They're very different. Cantor met the bright yellow eyes of the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom and spoke clearly. Sishan Baltas will involve Black Wolf, Sir Ensis Baltas. We, Ilek, do not wish to antagonize Sir Ensis Baltas under any circumstances. Why are you Northerners so terrified of Ensis Baltas? Are you all children? It wasn't fear, but respect that he deserved. However, explaining this to the enraged prince would be futile. Cantor clenched his teeth. Is this why they say shapeshifters are no better than beasts? It's like talking to a real lizard. Cantor bowed his head deeply once more. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept this mission for these reasons. Battis remained silent at Cantor's polite refusal. Cantor reveled in the sense of triumph that he had finally made the reckless third prince understand. Hilden, the head of Ilika's eastern branch, watched Cantor's predicament from behind Battis, a quiet smile on his face. He enjoyed seeing Cantor, who had always looked down on him, in trouble. Cantor must be relieved that he finally convinced him. But this prince is beyond anything you can imagine. And Battis Draco did not disappoint Hilden's expectations. He crossed his legs, brushed back his pale yellow hair, and spoke softly. Good. Thank you so much for understanding. Battis rose and strode forward, grabbing Cantor's collar and hoisting him up. Ugh! Battis's bright yellow eyes, which were human-like, split vertically, revealing the predatory nature within. He spoke quickly in a low voice. Listen carefully. I will go to the queen of this country and tell her what you've done. You Ilek bastards kidnapped one of the 4 lords' daughters in this country for money. What do you think will happen? Wouldn't this be reason enough for Ensis Baltas to draw his sword? Huh, if you do that, you won't be safe either. Battis grinned. I'll just have to endure a bit of shame. Then my father will handle it. You know what kind of man my father is. The Wizard Dragon King. The only one who is both a dragon and a wizard. Cantor realized he had made a mistake. If this mad prince decided to, he would certainly run to the royal castle and tell the queen everything that had transpired between him and Ilek. Cantor responded, his eyes tightly shut. What do you want from us? I've told you before. I'll say it again because I'm kind. His skin sprouted bright yellow scales. The energy of the violent dragon weighed heavily on everything. Deliver Lady Dakia Ermel to the dragon kingdom unharmed, no matter the cost. The robed figures huddled together, whispering hurriedly. 3 of us have already fallen to the human butcher point 1. Didn't I warn you? He knows who the evil god worshippers are. He only unsheathes his weapon when we're his opponents. It's so inconvenient not being able to use our powers. That's why I despise crowded cities. But how does he identify us? The godmother must have tipped him off. She's the one who put the human butcher in the underground arena in the first place. It was clear that the godmother, the owner of the underground arena, held no love for them. Likely because they had invaded her territory to retrieve the relic and caused a commotion. Since even Kiltan, the leader of the one-horned beast, was defeated by the human butcher, we stand no chance without our powers. I found it amusing when the human butcher entered the stage unarmed. Are you mad? Even though the human butcher is decimating us. Technically, it's not us. We're here because some of us want something and others were ordered by the church. When did we start considering ourselves a team? You wretch. Since you lack team spirit, should I kill you first? Huh. Silence. The man who quieted them began to speak. We need to change our strategy. If subtlety is no longer an option, we must resort to force. We will steal the godmother's hidden holy relic. So, you're authorizing the use of our powers? If necessary. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. This will be fun. We must strike and retreat before the priests and the queen's knights mobilize. Remember that. Understood. Got it. Wah-awa-ea-wa-ea. Human butcher. Human butcher. He's unarmed today. Perfect. Hey, I bet on you today. Human butcher. You better win. Amidst the cheers, I leaped onto the pitch. As if on cue, the cheers grew louder. Wow. Today's opponent was Redhead, a fighter known for his red-dyed face. Upon making eye contact, Redhead signaled with a wink. Yes, with the help of writhing curiosity, I had already allied with the other gladiators. Our match wasn't a fight, but a spectacle. Redhead had prepared a special move for today. It was sure to excite the crowd. Let's begin the match between the human butcher and Redhead. Boom! With a loud noise, men in black clothes swarmed in. Find Lady Dakia. She'll be here, disguised in a black robe. A group in the stands reacted swiftly. Damn, things are getting complicated. We need to get to the godmother. What? What was happening? Before I could comprehend, the kingdom's soldiers rushed in, blocking the audience's exit. A man in elegant silver armor, a familiar face, led the soldiers. It was Carmen, and beside him stood Sajida, his white spear held high. Carmen's voice echoed throughout the stadium. This is a crackdown on the illegal underground arena. All citizens of the kingdom, kneel and obey the Queen's supreme command. Dozens of figures, shrouded in black cloth, sprinted from their positions, ignoring the orders to halt. Carmen, confident and commanding, quickly realized the situation had taken an unexpected turn. He had witnessed a crackdown on such illegal arenas before, but then, as soon as the Kingdom-S soldiers approached, everyone would freeze, sitting down in compliance. The crackdown on illegal arenas was a ceremonial event, symbolizing the Northern Kingdom's refusal to officially recognize the existence of underground arenas where people fought to the death. Even apprehended citizens could be released upon paying a small fine. The 40 soldiers were brought in merely to expedite administrative work. This is strange. Very strange, Carmen thought, trying to make sense of the situation. Stop those fleeing immediately. Disarm the ones in black cloth. Otherwise, I will pass judgment here in the name of Her Majesty the Queen. Fuck you, came the defiant response. The evil god worshippers who had planned to bid farewell to the accursed Northern Kingdom capital by day's end had no intention of stopping, even if the Queen herself appeared. Conversely, the agents of Ilek, a group of black-clothed individuals who had to continue living in the capital, were genuinely perplexed. Why is there a crackdown on the illegal arena now? Why are the kingdom's soldiers here? They were unaware that Sishin had suddenly created an opportunity to free Carmen. Carmen's decision was swift amidst the frozen group and the fleeing one. You, everyone but 10, follow me. Pursue the fugitives. No. What? Marnak, having evacuated his opponent, Redhead, interrupted Carmen's orders. With his black mask on and his top off, he maintained a low voice, feigning a different identity. Carmen frowned and demanded, "Explain quickly. People are escaping. Why did you stop me?" Marnak had heard correctly. As they entered, they had shouted, "Find Lady Dakia." If Carmen left with fewer soldiers, they would surely harm the remaining ones and pursue Dakia and himself. He quickly pointed to the black-clothed figures and shouted, "They came here to kidnap Lady Dakia." What? Are you saying that the lady is here? Why the hell? Carmen was unaware of Dakia and Marnak's whereabouts, and Marnak spat out lies without hesitation. I don't know. Is that true? As Carmen questioned, the spectators in the stadium began to respond to the human butcher's words. If things went well, they might avoid the kingdom's army crackdown while battling the black-clothed figures. It was circumflex. I heard it too. I heard them screaming to find Lady Dakia. I heard it too. Me too. Carmen pointed his sword at the black-clothed figures. Are those words true? Did you dare to commit crimes against the Ermel family in this country? Answer me. The agents of Ilek realized that things had gone terribly wrong. Damn! Everyone spread out. They scattered, fleeing from the kingdom's army, their regular training kicking in as they searched for Lady Dakia, hidden somewhere. Carmen's 40 men were now outnumbered by Ilek's forces. Gritting his teeth, Carmen barked out orders. Forget those who escaped first. Draw your weapons and drive them off. Kill if you must. Sajida, handle them as you see fit. Sajida nodded silently, drawing a single spear. His muscles twitched, ready to spring into action. Crack! What the? A spear whistled through the air, crushing the skull of one of Ilek's agents who was about to flee. The spear, still brimming with power, slammed into the wall. Attack everyone! Wah! At Carmen's command, Ilek's forces and the kingdom's army clashed. Having witnessed the chaos, Marnak quickly retreated to his waiting room. Bang! Bursting into the waiting room, I found Lady Dakia, sword in hand, a nervous expression on her face. Had she rushed here as soon as the chaos erupted? Her presence saved me the trouble of searching for her. She seemed somewhat relieved when she saw it was me who had entered. Priest Marnak, what's happening outside? As I quickly changed my clothes, I replied, the kingdom's army and our pursuers are clashing. The evil god worshippers we saw earlier are heading towards the demon. We need to focus on escaping. We don't know how many are targeting you, Lady Dakia. There was no response. A sense of unease washed over me. I paused in dressing and turned to Dakia. Her face was flushed, her gaze fixed on my unclothed form. After ensuring her safety, I hurriedly finished dressing. Once properly attired, I donned my black robe and spoke. I shouldn't have changed here. Please accept this. Dakia snapped back to reality and accepted the mask I offered. This is your mask. Your hair and eyes are too conspicuous. Anyone could recognize you as Lady Dakia. Understanding my point, Dakia quickly put on the mask. The relic mask, composed of hundreds of pieces, molded perfectly to her face. Let's take the emergency escape route the demon showed us. Find Lady Dakia. The situation is urgent. Kill all who are not her. Who are you? Kill them all. Ugh. The sound of heavy footsteps and the clash of gladiators and pursuers echoed from another waiting room. Was this a diversion? They wouldn't attack from just one direction. I had brought the butcher from my inventory as a precaution, but using it here would alert all pursuers to our location due to the noise. I hastily grabbed a sword from the waiting room and shouted to Dakia, we'll make a direct frontal assault. Don't call me by name from now on. Yes. She drew her pure white bone sword, ready to follow my lead. Kill. They're coming. Mother warned. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. I calmly drew my sword and waited. You search the rooms in this hallway. I'll search that one. Yes. The sound of footsteps split. Were there 2 or 3 coming this way? The soft patter on the stone floor indicated they were well trained. I held my breath. This room, the door is open. Whoosh. A sharp sword skewered the head of a man in a black mask. I tightened my grip on my sword. The sword, still lodged in the man's brain, swung towards the next masked figure. The pursuer was calm, attempting to parry my attack. A bright spark erupted. Choosing to deflect my sword was a fatal mistake. I capitalized on it. Clank! The pursuer, unable to withstand the force of my sword, dropped his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, I swung my left fist, striking him. His head burst. One remained. Even as his companions fell, the last pursuer calmly sought an opening, lunging at me. Just as I was about to counterattack, a small flame bloomed in front of the pursuer's eyes, searing them. The white bone sword pierced the pursuer's neck. Dakia withdrew her sword and turned to me. I did well, right? She had just killed a man and was asking if she had done well. She had changed significantly since our first meeting when she had never killed before. I wasn't sure if this change was good or bad, but one thing was clear. I smiled. You did very well. This change was certainly beneficial for our survival here. Let's move quickly towards the emergency exit. Yes. As we sprinted down the corridor, she voiced her concern. But the evil god worshippers went to confront the demon. Will she be all right? She barely spoke when we were around, yet she seemed worried now that we were mere acquaintances. She'll be fine. Killing a demon as ancient as her is no easy task. Instead, she should worry about the evil god worshippers who dare to enter a room with a demon inside. Crack! The demon's white teeth voraciously devoured the head of an evil god worshipper. Fuck! As the woman stomped her feet, the evil god responded to the priest. Dark shadows rose, halting the toothy tentacles protruding from the back of writhing curiosity. No one warned us that the godmother of the arena is a demon. The demon replied with a grin. You should have asked. Had you done so, I would have kindly answered. Shut up, demon. A pure white ice spear was launched at the demon's head. The demon slowly extended her hand, her palm clenched, her eyeless head protruding, and her mouth opening. Gulp! Her teeth swallowed the ice spear as if sipping a cold drink. The attack doesn't work? A voice echoed in confusion. Talon, the man leading the evil god worshippers, spoke softly. Everyone, stay calm. She's a demon. Once she exhausts her resources, she'll be just a woman. We'll engage in a war of attrition. You and you. Search for the holy relic. Normally, they would have protested against a nobody giving orders, but the sight of the writhing tentacles silenced them. On the contrary, his calm voice in such a situation was somewhat soothing. The demon, the black eyes of writhing curiosity, curved softly. True, I can't use my strength when I run out of rewards to offer. But did you know? I anticipated guys like you would come, so I prepared everything. Crash! A tentacle smashed the wall. The evil god worshippers were stunned by what they saw inside. That's insane. Corpses, they were corpses. The bodies of those who had perished in the underground arena. The corpses were eerily fresh, as if they had just died. Thousands of tentacles from the demon's back penetrated the bodies of the corpses. She spoke slowly, grinning. The bewitching mole on her face danced with delight. You did well to enter my room. Let's have some fun. The divinity of an evil god. A woman with blue eyes, strolling down the street, vanished in an instant. A bone spear, piercingly white, skewered the shoulder of an Ilek gang member. Sajida swiftly reclaimed his weapon. Clank! Bone and metal clashed, ricocheting off each other. The outcome was as expected. Sajida hadn't been able to properly grip the hastily swung spear. With calm precision, he swung his left fist. His heavy iron gauntlet shattered the bones in his enemy's face. Loud cries echoed from every direction. Get the hell out. You bastards. Ah! Ugh. The overall situation was grim. All the voices belonged to the soldiers. Despite the kingdom soldiers maintaining a steady formation as per their training, they were vastly inferior to the members of Ilek in terms of skill. The soldiers dispatched to suppress this location were mostly inexperienced, sent merely to bolster numbers. In contrast, Ilek's agents were the cream of the crop, tasked with extracting Lady Dakia as swiftly as possible. With the added advantage of superior numbers, the tide of battle was inevitably turning in favor of Ilek. Without Carmen and Sajida, defeat would have been certain. Clank! A dagger, aimed at a gap in Garment's armor, struck him. The iron plate and metal blade clashed, sending sparks flying. Garment's sword sliced through his attacker's throat. Damn! No matter how fiercely he fought, their allies fell faster than their enemies. He was faced with a choice. Should he prioritize eliminating his enemies at all costs, or focus on protecting the soldiers he had brought with him? Carmen gritted his teeth. Marnak would undoubtedly be with Lady Dakia. As the commander, he was duty-bound to protect the lives of those he had brought here. Bang! Carmen charged forward, his sword swinging wildly. The head of an agent about to strike a soldier from behind was sent flying. Bright red blood splattered across the soldier's face. In the soldier's wide, frozen eyes, Carmen saw his own reflection, a gaze fixed solely on him. Thank you. Carmen made his decision. Lifting his helmet, he pointed behind him and shouted, Stay calm, fall back, and regroup with the other soldiers. Yes, yes. Listen up, everyone. His voice echoed throughout the underground arena. At the sound, all eyes, those of Ilek and the kingdom's soldiers alike, turned to Carmen for a moment. He seized that moment to shout, Abandon the pursuit of the enemy. Close the gaps in our formation and prioritize defense. His declaration to abandon the chase sparked hope in the eyes of the Ilek members. With the cute bee. Now, if they could just escape quickly, they might be able to lay low and resolve the situation. Carmen extended a gauntlet-clad finger and swiftly pointed at one of his soldiers. Commander Trudy, from now on, you are in charge of this place. Prioritize the lives of the soldiers above all else. Yes. Carmen nodded slightly at the confident response, then called out to his friend. Sajida, who had just crushed the head of another Ilek member, turned to look at Carmen. Carmen grinned, revealing his white teeth, and lowered his helmet's faceplate. The black-eye sockets of the knight, clad in solid silver full metal armor, focused on his foes. Let's focus on killing them all. With his red cloak fluttering, the Silver Knight charged towards his enemies. Ilika's agents clenched their teeth. Carmen Baltas was not to be killed. If Carmen Baltas were to be killed on the spot, upon discovering their plot against Lady Dakia, Ilek would be annihilated without a trace. The kingdom's nobles would be furious, but they couldn't afford to go easy on him either. Carmen was hit by a stray attack aimed at a gap in his armor. Metals collided, and sparks flew. His armor, made of a single piece of frost steel, could withstand hundreds of such attacks. He tightened his grip on his sword, the tip of which traced a line across an enemy's throat. Another head flew. Before the blood had cooled, the Silver Knight sprinted again, continuing his slaughter. His sword skills maximized the advantages of the frosted steel armor. The Baltas family's sword techniques, designed for sheet metal armor, were unleashed like a wild dog chasing its prey. If they went easy on him, they would all die instead. Finally, the agent leading the group shouted, "I take responsibility. Kill Carmen Baltas." The head of the officer who had been shouting exploded. The spear that had shattered the officer's head was lodged in the wall, shaking violently from the remaining force. Sajida didn't even check the result of his attack. He mechanically threw his spear towards the next target. Another life was claimed by his spear, the body rolling on the floor. Ilika's elite agents died one after another. The remaining agents, still silent, muttered curses under their breath. Damn it. I sprinted down the hallway. She's over there. Lady Dakia is over there. Follow them right now. My plan to disguise Dakia's face with a mask had worked, but the real problem was elsewhere. The enemies knew my face as well as Dakia's. Because of this, the pursuers who recognized me immediately knew that the woman next to me was Dakia. Stop right there. Hap! The sword blade swung and pierced the enemy's chest. There was no time to retrieve the sword. I simply took the sword from the pursuer's hand and shouted at Dakia. Don't fall behind. Let's keep following me. Yes. Kill. Mother warned of 3 on the left aisle. I threw the sword in my hand to the left. The pursuer, who had barely managed to deflect the thrown sword with a startled cry, was pierced in the chest. Dakia. I didn't even have time to add the word lady. Even at this moment, enemies were converging on our location. Without a small defense, we couldn't hold them off. If we were completely surrounded, Dakia's life would be in danger. Yes, Dakia, who was running beside me, slashed her sword and pierced an enemy's chest. The moment she withdrew her sword from the enemy's chest, 2 other pursuers charged, swords in hand, as if they didn't care if they hurt her. Quiet words. The spell that Dakia murmured quickly created a small fireball. A small explosion erupted in front of us. The explosion burned the pursuer's face. Aya! One down. However, another sword still aimed at Dakia's leg and rushed in. I lunged forward, grabbed the man's head, and threw him to the floor. Bang! His head, which had struck the stone floor, couldn't withstand my strength and shattered. Meanwhile, Lady Dakia ended the life of the pursuer writhing on the floor, his face seared with pain. I swiftly picked up 2 swords lying on the ground and yelled, "Let's go." Yes, just a little further. A little more, and we would reach the secret escape route the demon had given me in case of crackdown. We cut down the enemies blocking our path and finally reached the secret exit, soaked in their blood. Dakia let out a brief exclamation. The entrance to the secret escape route was already open, and in that narrow corridor, countless pursuers were lying in wait. Upon confirming our arrival, they all unsheathed their swords simultaneously. There! Lady Dakia is over there. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Those chasing us from behind were closing the gap. What do we do? I yelled, pulling her into the secret passage. Bring down the entrance with the maximum firepower you can muster. It's okay if the entire hallway collapses. I'll protect you somehow. Yes, her golden eyes, filled with unwavering trust, gazed at me. Her lips moved quickly, uttering ancient words, and a massive roar echoed through the passage. Boom! I shielded Dakia, taking the brunt of the flying stone shards on my back. The entrance was completely obliterated. This would stall our pursuers for a while. The problem was the pursuers ahead, swords at the ready. After a brief retreat from the explosion, they quickly filled the hallway, torches flickering. Marnak, if you hand over Lady Dakia, we will pay you more than she promised, no matter the amount. We won't even question the many lives you've taken. I smirked. Lady Dakia promised me gold equal to my weight. Can you offer more than that? Dakia's eyes in my arms trembled violently. Priest Marnak, the pursuers grinned and shouted. Yes, our client will give you gold that is twice your weight. I remembered a head rolling on the floor during our escape. The hair of my partner, redhead, stained with bright red dye. I was irritated. Very much so. I smiled and lifted Dakia. Along with the scent of dust, the peculiar smell of flesh tickled my nose. But come to think of it, I don't believe any gold smells better than this. My hand, hidden behind my back, tore through the air. The air split open, and a saw-bladed sword emerged. The butcher was activated. Wah! The grumbling about why I had only just summoned it echoed loudly in the hallway. I released Lady Dakia from my arms and stood tall. The hallway was narrow, so I didn't need to worry about my back. You're all rats in a trap. No matter your strength, victory against these numbers is impossible. Hoisting the butcher, I grinned. No rat can hang a bell around a cat's neck, especially not a group of rats like you. Let's kill him. Bang! Springing into action, the butcher roared, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Wow! The sword that tried to block the butcher couldn't withstand its rotation and was knocked away. Blood and flesh splattered as the saw blade tore through the enemy's body. Fragments of their organs slid down the narrow wall. Drops of blood trickled down my face. Suddenly, the hallway fell silent. I chuckled and whispered, "Meow." With a loud whirring sound, a rapidly spinning saw blade pierced a man's throat. Torn pieces of flesh flew out as the immortalium saw blades effortlessly ground human bones into dust. Charge. Don't panic, just charge. We're only up against one enemy. The atmosphere, carefully crafted, began to shift subtly. This wasn't a good sign. A blade gleamed menacingly as it aimed for my side. I hadn't yet managed to pull out the butcher. My grip on the butcher tightened. Whirring again, the butcher, having split the man's body, emerged, tearing through the body of the pursuer who had dug into my side. His bisected body fell limply to the floor. However, another attack swiftly followed. It was physically impossible to counter with the butcher. I extended my empty left hand, catching the blade that had lodged itself into my ribs. The finely honed blade pierced my palm. Blood. My blood flowed for the first time. Priest Marnak. Lady Dakia screamed upon seeing my blood. I raised the butcher in my right hand before her scream had even ceased. Whirring once more, the ravenous metal blades eagerly consumed the enemy's neck. The head was severed in an instant. I crushed the head underfoot and tossed the sword from my left hand. Thud! The man's body, with the sword handle embedded in his head, collapsed onto the floor. I brushed off my bloody left hand. A wound like this would heal during the fight. I spoke with a grin. I had to show them that I held the advantage in a one versus many fight. I needed to deter them from even considering attacking me. Didn't I warn you? A pack of rats like you can't stop me. Attack. Regrettably, the enemies were better trained than I had anticipated. It seemed my words hadn't fazed them. Die! A sharp voice echoed from behind me, accompanied by a wildly pulsating surge of magical power. Flames erupted from Lady Dakia's fingertips, sweeping violently through the hallway. Block that right now. Move! A surge of magical power erupted in a counterattack. A mass of water, summoned by mana, swallowed Dakia's flames. The enemy had a wizard too. There was no time to stand idle. I swiftly picked up a fallen sword from the floor and charged. I plunged into the chaotic clash of water and fire. The flames seared my skin. I strained my left arm to its limit, the pent-up power clamoring for release. As I emerged through the flames, The enemy's eyes widened in astonishment. What the? I paid no mind to their shock. After identifying the woman at the center of the magic, I unleashed the force I had been holding back. Crash! The sword flew with explosive speed, crushing the enemy wizard's skull. As the water that had quelled Dakia's fire vanished, a raging inferno consumed the hallway. Oh! The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. I too was caught in the blaze. The agony of the fire searing my flesh echoed in my mind. I silently carried out my task amidst the pain. In the flames, the butcher let out another shriek. Waha-wah! Ea-awa-ea-wea! I swung and swung again. I seized the moment of the enemy's confusion and wielded the butcher without hesitation. Charred human body parts were sliced and scattered about. Dakia's bewildered voice echoed from behind. She seemed taken aback to see me aflame. Priest Marnak, I'll extinguish the fire right now. Lust keep making fire. I'm fine. I was continuously ablaze, running amidst the roaring flames. My body was in a constant cycle of regeneration and destruction. Help me. Help me. Please help me. It hurts. It hurts so much. But the enemies only burned. They lacked the ability to regenerate. I leapt into their midst and mercilessly slaughtered them, who didn't dare to even consider rebellion. The butcher ran rampant, grinding everything it touched to dust. By the time my regeneration struggled to keep pace with the destruction caused by the flames, the fire slowly died out. The sound of Dakia's hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Priest Marnak. She closed the distance in an instant, grabbing my face and weeping. Are you okay? Your face is a mess. I shouldn't have followed your orders. It hurts, doesn't it? Kill. Mother struggled relentlessly, blaming her for my pain. I patted her, trying to muster a smile. My burned skin twisted into a small, painful grin. It'll be fine soon. Even the completely burnt hair will grow back in a few hours. As I touched my hair, the charred strands crumbled. I will be bald for a while. Tears welled in her golden eyes, filled with regret. It hurt, didn't it? It damn well did. The pain was intense, and the itchiness of the new flesh was unbearable. If I told her the truth, she would cry even more, so I couldn't. I simply answered with a quiet smile. It didn't hurt that much. Stop crying. Did you get hurt? Lady Dakia quickly wiped her tears and shook her head, her voice slightly nasal from crying. I didn't. Then we should escape. We don't know when the enemy will come through the collapsed wall. Okay. We ran, trampling over the pile of charred corpses. Ugh. A man, with only his lower half intact, was crawling away. Upon seeing us, he cried out in a mournful voice. Please help me. I have a family waiting for me. Once you draw your sword, you must take responsibility. Don't beg. Please. Swoosh. A pure white bone sword sliced through the man's throat. Dakia, wiping the blood from her blade, regarded the lifeless body with icy eyes. She subtly bit her lip, turning to look at me. Did I do the right thing? If you're questioning the morality of your actions, I can't say. But I offered a smile before continuing. I doubt that man ever showed mercy to those who pleaded with him. She nodded, her expression softening. Let's get out of this cursed arena. I won't be anywhere near an arena for a while. Me neither. Crack. The head of another evil god worshipper was bitten off. The toothed tentacles rumbled as they devoured the human skull. Writhing curiosity, the demon smiled. There's only one left. Talon attempted to use his powers to halt the demon, but it proved insufficient. He had been calmly managing the situation until now, and he voiced his thoughts. This is too much. She's too damn powerful. How long has she been alive? The worth of the physical body that the demon possessed increased over time. In the early stages of possession, it might have necessitated the sacrifice of all the body's internal organs. However, for a body that was hundreds of years old, a single small finger would be enough. Writhing curiosity merely gazed into Talon's eyes. Her eyes were a bottomless abyss. The demon's mouth slowly opened. Since you'll be crossing over soon, I'll give you a special answer. You want to know how long I've been living in this body? The demon chuckled briefly and spoke in a playful tone. I've inhabited this body even before the first son of corruption was born. What does that mean? I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer mine. The demon extended her pale finger and pointed at Talon's head. What are you carrying around in your head? The patchwork reminds me of the sewing needle. Are you a priest who serves it? Answer me quickly. I answered one of your questions, after all. Answer, answer, answer. The tentacles emerging from the demon's back whimpered in unison, repeating the same word. Their strange harmony contained something that scratched at the inside of living intelligence. Escape was impossible. Talon made up his mind. Oh, sewing needle. An enormous amount of divinity poured out of Talon's head. Transparent threads and needles made of divinity sewed the bodies of the fallen evil god worshippers to Talon's body. Writhing curiosity didn't try to stop this defenseless union. She simply smiled, satisfying her curiosity. You use a strange technique. Did you bring some part of the god you worship to this land? Kids these days work really hard, huh? Oh, writhing curiosity slammed her palm on the floor and smirked. I think I understand why you guys collect holy relics sealed with the divinity of corruption. A monster with 10 human beings attached to it stood on the floor. The demon smiled broadly and shouted, You guys are going to drop some part of your god on this earth. You're going to break the long-held heavenly balance. Aren't you, sewing needle? The divinity, which briefly fell to the ground, borrowed the monster's mouth and spat out anger. Shut up, demon. You pa are a sight. Writhing curiosity chuckled. You still get angry when we find out your intentions, huh? You didn't disrespect us back then, though. Kill the demons, shell. Mine aid Lee. Dozens of mouths on the monster's body, stitched from a human, answered at the same time. Yes, my god. 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 Double-digit power burst out simultaneously with the monster's faithful answer. After leaving the exit, Dekia and I were greeted by dozens of waiting pursuers. No, to be precise, it was a pile of their corpses. Ugh, swoosh. The head of the last survivor fell. The eyes of the blue-haired woman, who had lightly brushed off the blood on her sword, turned to Dekia and me. Kill! A scream to run away immediately. However, my face was already caught in her terribly blue eyes. Shit! Bang! Without a word, the woman raised her sword and ran toward me. I hurriedly turned on the butcher's engine and shouted, Dekia, don't do anything. Wow! The butcher, as always, let out a harsh scream in response to my call. The blue-haired woman, who was a bit far, was already under my nose and swung her sword without hesitation. I clenched my teeth and struck the butcher. Clank! A power far beyond what a human could create was contained in the woman's sword. Unable to hold on to a single collision, I dropped the butcher. Wah-ha-wang! The butcher cried out in the air with a mournful voice. Thud! My body was kicked and rolled to the floor. The blue-haired woman quickly approached and, without hesitation, lowered her sword. Swoosh! A piercing blue blade passed by my ear and pierced the floor. The woman trampled on my chest and spoke softly. Your sword skills haven't improved at all. You're still a fool who relies solely on brute strength and acts recklessly. Don't you do the same thing? The blue flame of the Holy Fire Church flashed her white teeth in a smile. Hey, my only disciple, do you think you could defeat me even if I held back my strength? I remained silent, acknowledging the truth in her words. Answer me. My swordsmanship teacher, Prydia, demanded, pressing firmly against my chest. You ungrateful disciple, who betrayed your divine master and fled. I retorted, a hint of resentment in my voice. Wasn't it you, master, who told me to seize any opportunity while you were tormenting me? Master narrowed her eyes at me. I told you to seize an opportunity when it presented itself. I didn't mean for you to steal the key to the relic and run off with it while I was away. If we're going to argue semantics, I merely seized an opportunity in the broadest sense. In this world, certain individuals transcended the boundaries of their race, producing powers that were impossible for living beings. After honing their martial arts, they overcame their limits as living beings. These individuals were known as experts dash. In the game setting, experts dash was a melee specialized class obtained by reaching a certain level. However, in this world, it was a title earned by a select few who had scoured the entire continent. My master, Prydia, was one such expert, dash asterisk. Prydia was not just an ordinary expert, but also a priest. She was worthy of a 4.5 finger rating. I first met Master Prydia at a wash place, specifically the wash place installed in front of the main temple of the Holy Fire Church. After Sanctus's death, I aimlessly traveled east, searching for the holy relics imbued with Mother's divinity. I finally found a sealed relic, but it was located within the sacred relics of the main shrine of the Holy Fire Church. At that point, my power was only marginally greater than that of an average person, and Mother S' hand was merely twitching, unable to communicate. I had only two things with me. As a priest of corruption, my only basic skill was the line the living cannot cross. However, this skill held no significant power. Essentially, I was just an ordinary human with a fortified physique. Albeit, my ordinariness was somewhat distorted, given that I had enhanced my physical strength with drugs. The holy relic in the main building of the Holy Fire Church was not heavily guarded, as the sanctuary's keeper was my master. Honestly, I never believed I could infiltrate the place and steal the relic. This was because I knew that a priest who had achieved the rank of Expert Dash was its guardian. Nonetheless, I couldn't abandon my mission and start searching for other relics. Wandering aimlessly across this vast continent in search of the holy relics sealed with Mother S' divinity was far from an easy task. Ultimately, I chose to remain near the main building, maximizing my opportunities by engaging in various tasks. Fortunately, my body was much stronger than an average person's, making me well-suited for all sorts of chores. However, as an outsider, I was not warmly received by the inhabitants of the Northern Kingdom's outskirts. This was especially true after I rejected the advances of the general store owner's daughter. I was committed to living as a priest of corruption and planned to depart as soon as I obtained the relic. Therefore, I couldn't accept her feelings. Besides, the general store owner's daughter was not my type in the slightest. The real issue arose later. Local women started gossiping, and I found myself avoiding them, retreating to the wash area alone at dawn to do my laundry. I couldn't don a priest's uniform from my inventory due to my lack of necessary powers. There were days when I did laundry in the cold water on chilly mornings. One day, I encountered Master, who had also come out to do laundry at dawn. I never even imagined that Master was the keeper of the holy relic. I merely admired her from a distance, thinking to myself, she's very pretty, and continued with my laundry. Naturally, there was no need for conversation while doing laundry. That day, Master and I parted ways without uttering a word, each of us simply doing our laundry. After that, I occasionally bumped into Master when I went to do laundry. Unlike me, who did laundry daily, Master only came to do laundry when she had a basket full of clothes. Naturally, I always finished quickly because I had a small amount of laundry. Then one day, Master initiated a conversation. Her proposal was simple. She asked if I could do some of her laundry after I finished mine. I accepted the offer without hesitation, as all I did all day was chores anyway. Nigeria Naira Beta Epsilon S. Simultaneously, the amount of work I was assigned gradually decreased due to the scrutiny from local women. Master Prydia inspected the laundry I had done, nodded in satisfaction, picked up a colander, looked at me, and gestured for me to follow. I trailed behind Master's back. A spacious house built next to the sanctuary was where Master Prydia resided. It was only then that I realized that my early morning laundry companion was the expert keeper. But knowing that fact didn't change anything. Besides, to be honest, I didn't have time to think about finding the holy relic because Master had given me a generous silver coin in return for the laundry. Of course, when I returned to my dilapidated house, I saw Mother's hands fidgeting violently in my pockets, reminding me that I had to retrieve the relics. In this way, Master and I formed an unusual relationship through the laundry service. I found myself eagerly awaiting the days when Master would come to do laundry, anticipating the single silver coin I would receive almost for free. One day, Master suddenly stopped asking me to do her laundry. Eventually, I cautiously asked Master why she had stopped requesting my help. Master shrugged her shoulders and responded nonchalantly. I ran out of money. That day, I vented my frustration at the Holy Fire Church for not adequately compensating the Holy Relic Keeper. It was later that I discovered Master was penniless because she had never requested money from the church. The silver coin she had given me was the leftover money from the previous keeper. With a deep sigh of regret for the lost additional income, I extended my hand to Master to assist with the laundry. After all, I had nothing else to occupy my time until I returned home and resumed work. Master tilted her head at my gesture and asked, "What?" I simply smiled and squatted next to her, pulling out the laundry and answering, "Don't mind the money. After all, I have nothing to do when I get home." Master was the only individual near the church's main building who treated me without bias. This alone was reason enough for me to assist her with the laundry. Moreover, the silver coins I typically received held a value she could demand hundreds of times over for the laundry. As was customary, once the laundry was done, Master would become lost in thought and vanish with the laundry basket. A few days later, she made a proposition. "Would you like me to teach you swordsmanship? In return, you'll help me with the laundry." This was an opportunity, a genuine opportunity, a small miracle that occurred at the wash place. I was so taken aback that I couldn't help but blurt out words. "Yes? What in the world does that?" "Never mind then." "No, I do. I really do. Swordsmanship training directly from an expert. Systematic martial arts training always demanded a hefty sum, and I had no means to earn such money. I had even considered becoming a mercenary, given their substantial earnings, but I knew better than anyone that my body's regenerative power would draw attention in life and death battles. People around me would never overlook this. My identity as an evil god worshipper could even be exposed. Master offered to teach me costly martial arts technique in exchange for a bit of laundry help. Naturally, after formally establishing the master-disciple relationship, I ended up doing most of the housework. Martial arts passed down by an expert. The mere words sent a thrill through me. I believed that better days had finally arrived in my life. From then on, only joyous laughter would escape my lips. However, when the training began, the only sound that emerged from my mouth were groans. Master's training was incredibly rudimentary. I had expected a method akin to a gym trainer's, but from the first day, all I could do was wince in pain as Master pounded my entire body with a wooden sword. Furthermore, Master noticed my body's quick recovery after each beating and discarded the last shred of mercy she had held in her wooden sword. Every day, I was beaten repeatedly. No, I was beaten and then made to do housework over and over again. Master suggested, or rather informed me, that I should stay in her house. She would provide food and shelter, seemingly taking pleasure in my beatings. Of course, I had no choice. For 12 grueling seasons, I withstood relentless beatings. Over the course of those 3 years, I didn't even grasp the basics of swordsmanship. I merely learned to block and slash as swiftly as possible, guided by my instincts. I also picked up a bit of punching and kicking. As usual, I lay on the ground, battered and bruised, my gaze fixed on the sky, resolute in my decision. Having learned enough, it was time to secretly take the building key and run. No matter how much I pondered, it seemed unlikely that I would gain any sharper insights from enduring more beatings. Moreover, as I squandered my time gaining nothing, a sense of urgency crept in. The main quest, which would determine the fate of this world, was still underway. I had to locate Lieberkel, the murderer of Sanctus, and exact my revenge before he, known for his reckless behavior, met an untimely death on the streets. Ultimately, I seized the opportunity during Master's absence and pilfered the key. Using it, I stole the holy relic imbued with divinity. That's how I acquire my first power, the Giant of Corruption. I asked a little nervously, "How did you know I was alive?" Had Master Prydia seen through the truth that I was an evil god worshipper? She replied with a light shrug of her shoulders. "I didn't. What? I've defeated you 1,000 times. Since your body recovers faster than the toughest monsters in the world, I figured your head could be reattached even if it was cut off. Her reasoning was extremely irrational. I asked her, taken aback, "Are you saying that now? Thinking it makes sense?" Her cold blue eyes softened. "Aren't you living here like this, as I guessed?" She was indeed right, but why did I feel this strange sense of injustice? Besides, you were already a rat in the trap. Master Prydia produced a piece of paper and presented it to me. It was adorned with peculiar hieroglyphs, tangled together like worms. I drew your face, an exact likeness, and had this wanted poster distributed. I accepted the paper, my gaze fixed on the strange patterns, my expression blank. "Did you really create a wanted poster with this drawing?" "Indeed. They claimed the request fee was insufficient to locate you by directly employing people, so I had them create and distribute it." "Scam." Master cocked her head. "I found you thanks to it, didn't I?" I wanted to question the correlation between the wanted poster and her finding me, but I doubted I would receive a satisfactory explanation. Master Prydia grinned, extending her hand towards me. "Disciple, I don't really care about whatever you are, so let's go back to training. I also have my pride, so a disciple of mine should become an expert too." "How long did it take you to become an expert?" "Me?" Master was renowned as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. She smiled, extending her index finger to tap her lips. "About 30 years of non-stop training. Given your talent, you'll become an expert in just 27 more years. This master guarantees it. 27 years. It was ample time, even considering the impending explosion in the main quest. I was resolved to refuse her outright. "Master, Boom! Two colossal monsters erupted from the underground arena, causing a violent crash. One was a demon revealing its true form, and the other was a ragged monster, constantly exuding divinity. Upon witnessing the scene, I quickly interjected, "Shouldn't you be heading over there?" Master glanced at the monster, closed her eyes, and responded in a languid tone. "On my way here, I encountered a man." "Who are you referring to?" "The Black Wolf, Ensis Baltas. He's heading there, so I don't believe there's any need for me to rush." With a swoosh, the sword that had pierced the abdomen was withdrawn. Carmen slowly pulled out the sword and surveyed his surroundings. Dead bodies. Everywhere dead bodies. Their attempt to kill all the enemies had failed. The underground arena was riddled with numerous passages, facilitating easy escape. When Carmen and Sajida pursued them, the enemies who had resisted initially scattered in all directions, as if on cue, and began to flee. Carmen could have chased them if he wanted to. However, if he and Sajida pursued the fleeing enemies without knowing their numbers, there was a risk that the enemies would wipe out all the remaining kingdom soldiers. Carmen wiped the blood from his sword and looked behind him. "Commander Trudy." "Yes." The response was strong. "How many are dead?" 24 survivors in total. 3 are severely injured, and 11 have minor injuries. Carmen suppressed a sigh. 16 of the 40 men he had brought with him were dead. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought 100 elite soldiers. It was a grave mistake to bring only new recruits for experience, thinking it would be a simple crackdown. After a moment's consideration, Carmen decided it would be better for him and Sajida to continue the search alone. Ordering the soldiers to search the narrow passages in the arenal was nothing more than an order for them to be killed by a surprise attack. "Commander Trudy, Sajida, and I will escort you all to the entrance. Take the wounded and leave this place." Boom! A loud noise echoed from a distant place. Bang! 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 Something massive was charging towards them, demolishing everything in its path. Carmen quickly shouted, "Now! Everyone run! Commander Trudy! Quickly!" "Yes!" The soldiers caring for the wounded hurriedly headed for the exit. "Sajita!" At Carmen's call, Sajida quickly nodded, picked up the spear that had fallen on the floor, and readied himself to throw it at any moment. Bang! 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 Finally, the source of the noise burst through the passageway and into the middle of the underground arena. Familiar outfits. Many familiar outfits. Most of Ileka's agents, whom Carmen had given up on pursuing, were there. They were all fused together. The humans that made up the body of the ragged monster opened their mouths simultaneously and screamed. Kaya, that's... He had witnessed something similar in Erratico before. The ragged giant he had come across in that city bore a striking resemblance to this monster. Perhaps due to a lack of bodies, it was crawling on the floor, incapable of forming a proper human shape. Ha! With a determined yell, the spear flew through the air at a terrifying speed and lodged itself in what was presumed to be the head of the ragged monster. Obi! Whoosh! Kai! Carmen was jolted back to reality by the monster's screams. He turned his head to see Sajida, who had thrown the spear, already sprinting towards the monster. There was no time to ponder. Sajida, let's stall it. Buy enough time for the soldiers to escape. Sajida nodded lightly, not slowing his pace. His hand, gripping the white-boned spear, held immense power. His muscles, honed from daily training, responded to his command. Kai, the monster's massive front paws, comprised of human mass, fell to crush Sajida. Sajida watched the trajectory of the paw and sidestepped with minimal movement. Crash! The huge paw narrowly missed, slamming into the floor. The humans that made up the giant's paw reached out greedily to catch Sajida. He calmly stabbed it with his spear. Kai, the ragged beast, impaled by the spear, let out a scream unlike any before. The reason was simple. The bone spear that Sajida wielded was a gift from the Trumpeter of Rest. This spear, imbued with the power of the Trumpet of Death and Rest, was a weapon capable of inflicting excruciating pain upon the dead. In its rage, the ragged giant swung its front paw wildly. The attack was too broad to evade by merely running. With all his might, Sajida rolled backward. Crash! The wall, struck by the ragged beast's hand, crumbled. The red cloak fluttered. This was an opportunity. Seizing the opening created by the giant's attack, the Silver Knight dashed across the arena floor. A sort of pure white bone traced a long arc. The ragged beast's hind foot, deeply cut, hung in shreds. Kaya! A huge amount of divinity erupted with an ominous scream. Although Carmen and Sajida did not feel the divinity, they had an ominous intuition and quickly increased their distance from monster. Dark shadows. The shadows covering the arena stood up all at once. A frosty storm ensued. Two powers exploded simultaneously. Carmen hurriedly jumped up into the stands, dodging the storm of shadows and cold. A brief moment passed, and the storm that had arisen in a flash subsided as quickly as it had appeared. Carmen stood up and shouted, Sajida, are you okay? Answer me. The answer came from the ragged monster. Kai! Carmen quickly turned his head to look at the ragged monster. His armor was half destroyed from being hit head-on by the storm of divinity. Blood constantly flowed from the gaps in the armor. Sajida, battered and bruised, raised the white spear while riding on the head of the ragged monster. Without hesitation, he slammed his spear down onto the monster's crown. Kaya! All the mouths of the ragged monster shrieked. All the humans that made up its body screamed. The ragged monster screamed and struggled violently. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While holding the giant's head with one hand, Sajida stabbed the white spear again and again. The scream of the ragged monster changed instantly. Stop it! Stop it! I said stop. It hurts. It hurts. Oh, sewing needle. With a desperate plea, transparent threads erupted all at once like tentacles from the ragged monster's body. Whoosh! A transparent needle pierced Sajida's ankle. With an impassive expression, he swung the white-boned spear, severing the transparent thread. As one needle was neutralized, dozens more sprang up and advanced towards him. Stop and jump off, Sajida! Sajida thrust his spear into the monster, then leapt from its head. It hewierts. Thud. Unable to land on both legs due to his injured ankle, he rolled on the hard floor to lessen the impact. Carmen, who had rushed over, grabbed Sajida's hand and helped him up. Your leg. Is it okay? The transparent needle remained lodged in his ankle. Seeing the wound that clearly wasn't okay, Sajida responded silently. Sort of. I said a Hewarts. All the soldiers have retreated. Let's get out of here while that monster struggles with pain. At Carmen's words, Sajida nodded swiftly. However, before they could take more than a few steps, an enormous surge of divinity erupted from the monster's body. Threads of power, as thick as a human forearm, writhed like living worms, extending towards all passages in the underground arena, including Carmen and Sajida. What is this? Awaya. Let go. Let me go. Hey, cut it now. Cut off my leg. The transparent threads pierced and began to consume the Ileka's agents who were chasing Lady Dakia through the escape exit, the human corpses they had killed, and the spectators who couldn't escape. Swoosh! A pure white sword sliced through one thread. Carmen pushed Sajida behind him and swung his sword relentlessly. A single thread was severed in one blow and vanished. Carmen continued his onslaught, his sword swinging without pause. His muscles screamed for respite. Sweat poured down his face. The plate armor he wore felt increasingly heavy, to the point where he wanted to discard it immediately. Clenching his teeth, Carmen swung his sword again and again. He sliced, hacked, and cleaved. Carmen's sword, dedicated solely to cutting, danced in the air. Fragments of transparent threads rained down. But it wasn't enough. More threads than Carmen could handle surged towards them. Crash! The ragged monster, growing uncontrollably, finally shattered the ceiling and emerged from the ground. Kai! The monstrous roar of the ragged beast reverberated throughout the capital of the Northern Kingdom. Clank! Carmen, drained of strength, dropped his sword. Suddenly, a black knight emerged from the ground. The knight was clad in black armor that covered his entire body, and in his hands he held two swords of different sizes. The jet black sword in his left hand was an ordinary long sword. However, the great sword in his right hand was so enormous that it seemed to defy practicality. The Black Knight effortlessly swung the massive sword, as long as two adult males standing side by side, as if it were a mere toy. Kia! Swoosh! The ragged giant's head fell. The Black Knight quickly scanned his surroundings, paying no mind to the miraculous sight he had just created. Soon, his gaze fell upon Carmen, entangled in transparent threads. A flash of light glinted through the hole in the dark helmet. Black Wolf Incis Baltas dashed towards Carmen, wielding his left-handed sword, Fangs. The blade followed a unique trajectory, seeming to consume everything it encountered. It cut through all the transparent threads that bound Carmen and Sajida. The severed threads immediately lost their shape and dissipated. Thud! The Black Knight landed lightly on the ground, lifting his visor. A handsome man with robust features was unveiled. Carmen couldn't help but express joy upon seeing the man, who would have appeared to be in his 20s if not for his scruffy beard. Father! Ensis glanced at Carmen and Sajida, who were in a sorry state, and spoke tersely. Can you walk? Yes. Ensis silently nodded, turned away from the pair, and murmured softly. Then go. I'll kill that monster. At that moment, boom! Another monster, a demon, appeared with an explosive sound. The demon glared at the ragged monster and screamed. Give it to me now, you fucking thief! Dakia, casting a glance at Master, stealthily approached me and asked in a hushed tone, What's our next move? Should we just escape? We've already secured the holy relic. Indeed, as she mentioned, writhing curiosity had confirmed my well-being and had prematurely handed over the holy relic. However, I hadn't released it yet due to the divinity of corruption that would seep out upon breaking the seal. Kill! Mother had urged us to abscond with the holy relic without the woman's awareness. I responded to Dakia, gently patting Mother. It's probably best to. Before I could complete my sentence, a solitary voice pierced my ear. Help me. It was the voice of writhing curiosity. I was the only one who could hear it. Please. Sigh. I drew a short breath and smiled. Master. Master Prydia cocked her head at my call. Why are you calling me? Disciple? Have you finally decided to go back with me? Can you help me? Her two blue eyes flickered with curiosity. What do you need from me? Hundreds of transparent threads protruded from the cut section, stretching out toward the ragged giant's severed head. Ensis Baltas watched the scene quietly, his face impassive. Carmen and Sajida were still fleeing behind him, but he stood in silence between them and the ragged giant, waiting. The demon, however, was not idle. Where did you hide what you stole? Its body was thick and long, with an extended reptilian tail. It resembled a giant snake, but the head was different. Dozens of snake heads hung from its body, each rushing towards the ragged monster. Give it to me. The snake heads, each the size of a house, lunged to bite off parts of the ragged monster's body. Hundreds of mouths that made up the giant's body screamed in unison. Kai! Crash! The ragged giant's hand struck the snake's head. Of course, it was impossible to cut all of the heads with only 2 hands. But the sharp snake teeth could not penetrate the ragged giant's body. No, I didn't even dig into it. Writhing curiosity, which had halted just before attacking the ragged giant, exploded in rage. Where did you hide it? Dozens of snakeheads glared at the ragged giant, their eyes ablaze with anger. She could devour such a low-grade divinity mass monster anytime. The problem was that the damn thief didn't know where the stolen stuff was, so she couldn't easily attack it. She was afraid that thieving might break with her teeth. Jai! The ragged giant ran towards the demon, screaming as if mocking her predicament, which she could not easily attack. Crash! The ragged giant's fist crushed a snake's head. Unable to do anything, writhing curiosity tried to subdue the ragged giant as much as possible without hurting him. Of course, that was impossible. And then, Carmen and Sajda were far enough away. Ensis Baltas confirmed this and lowered his jet black visor. He took one slow step, then another a bit faster. With each step, the speed of the Black Knight increased exponentially. Eventually, Ensis became a line, a single line that cut through everything it touched. Bang! A black line ascended from the floor as he swung the giant's sword, Molar, held in his right hand. The great sword Molar had been forged to combat such colossal beasts. The embodiment of human-forged violence transformed into a black line, striking the giant's head once more. This time, he had no intention of merely severing its head. His aim was to slice and dice until he eradicated the source of the monster. Finally, the black wolf's molar cleaved through a chunk of flesh, obstructing his path. Swoosh! One of the 8 snake heads crashed to the floor. The demon suppressed a groan, releasing a high-pitched cry instead. Don't touch it! Don't touch it! The Black Knight's dark eye sockets focused on the wailing demon. Ensis' eyes, as clear as meticulously crafted glass beads, held no emotion as they observed the demon. Regardless of whether the demon had warned, begged, or pleaded with him, it made no difference. He was a sword, a protector of the Northern Kingdom. Swords existed solely to cut down enemies. Molar began to move once more. Even though the onslaught had ended, his expert body, which surpassed the limits of a creature, made the impossible possible. The forced rotation, originating from his waist, passed over his shoulders, through his wrists, and exploded at the tip of Molar. R.A. Beta. I said stop. Swoosh. Before the demon could shield it with her body, the ragged giant's head was severed. Ensis' left hand, which had lightly landed on the ragged giant's shoulder, became a blur. A long jet-black sword, fangs, tore through the giant's severed head. The severed head of the giant didn't even begin to fall before it shattered into chunks of flesh. The demon screamed in relief. At least the object wasn't on the ragged giant's head. Ensis silently raised his right hand. Now it was time to cleave the giant's body in half. The giant's sword, Molar, emerged once again to target its prey. You idiot! I said stop. Bang! The giant snake's head collided with Ensis' Molar, scattering flesh and blood. All of it belonged to the demon. She couldn't give her all, fearing that the ragged giant's body might be damaged. Please, please, come quickly. The demon launched all her heads at Ensis. Each time the black wolf Ensis brandished his twin swords, a giant snake's head was lopped off. Thud, thud, thud. Heads continued to drop. Insis severed all the transparent threads rising from his feet, threatening to engulf him, while simultaneously parrying the demon's melee attacks. His defense was nothing short of miraculous. He swung his swords in a rhythmic dance, not missing a single beat. Eventually, the demon noticed that all her other heads had been severed. The dozens of hardened snake heads now lay scattered on the ground. Damn it! Had it not been for the accursed black wolf, she could have tamed the rampaging giant and reclaimed her possession. It was evident that the queen's knights and troops would soon arrive. The man she had been summoning hadn't shown up, seemingly betraying her expectations. Finally, the demon realized she had to forsake her precious possession and began to weep. As a tear fell from the giant snake's head, a blue streak charged towards Insis, who had raised Molar to cleave the body of the furious giant. A terrifying killing aura. Insis, gripped by an instinctive fear, reflexively swung fangs to deflect the incoming slash. Clank! The black blade clashed with the blue blade. With his heightened senses, Insis identified his assailant. Fluttering blue hair and blue eyes. The woman was Prydia, a priestess of the Holy Fire Church who had recently met the queen. She continued her attack without hesitation. Despite her composed demeanor, her sword emanated a potent killing aura aimed at Insis' throat. Insis discarded Molar, the distorted, gigantic great sword that was not originally designed for close combat. Molar, thrown carelessly, fell from the giant's body and landed on the floor. He brandished fangs in his left hand. Clank! A defensive sword strike. Insis, having blocked Prydia's sword, used that power to bounce back and switch the hand holding the sword. Prydia lightly landed on the giant's shoulder, jumped like a spring, and rushed towards Insis. Clank! 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 In a single breath, the two experts exchanged dozens of attacks and defenses. Clank! Another collision. A very slight gap was exposed. Prydia had been building up all the sword attacks for this one moment. She relentlessly shoved her foot into the gap. Bang! The Black Knight's metal armor shattered at Prydia's kick, and Insis' body fell from the ragged giant's body onto the floor. The fallen Black Knight quickly assumed a stance and landed gently on the floor. Insis, having allowed the sudden blow, quickly inspected his body. There were no major wounds except for his dented armor. The woman's kick was intended to remove him from the giant's body in the first place. Lump! Prydia jumped off the giant's shoulder and landed lightly on the floor. The silent Black Knight opened his mouth. "Why are you doing this?" A polite rebuke. Prydia answered with a smile. "I'm curious about the best sword in the northern part of this era. If that's all, I'll arrange an opportunity after this is over." Her blue eyes curved softly. "There's another reason besides that, right?" Insis looked at Prydia and answered. "Please move. I must defend the capital." Prydia quietly raised her blue sword and grinned. "I guess the main weapon of the strongest sword in the northern part of this era is the tongue." Further conversation was unnecessary. Bang! Insis dashed forward, morphing into a single black streak as he lunged at Prydia. In response, she offered a serene smile and swung her blue sword, unleashing a chilling, killing aura that starkly contrasted her tranquil expression. Clank! 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 Throughout the barrage of attacks, Insis was left with one distinct impression. The woman's sword skills radiated a truly horrifying killing aura. Even though swords were inherently weapons of death, was there a necessity to infuse such a brutal, murderous intent into each move? Amidst the torrent of the killing aura, Insis calmly unsheathed his sword, embodying the philosophy of the Baltas family's swordsmanship, crafted to protect others. Two swords, each bearing opposing wills, clashed with violent intensity. Clank! A clear, crashing sound echoed through the air, followed by a cheer of joy from the demon. "You came!" Bare-chested, with a black hockey mask obscuring his face and donned in random pants, the human butcher shouted, "What do you want from me?" I had put on a mask to hide my identity. If it were discovered that I was Marnak under the present conditions, I would become a wanted man in the kingdom once more for my association with a demon. As a result, I couldn't use the butcher. My only weapon was a sword I had picked up along the way. I cast a glance at Master, watching the two experts engage in a swift, bloody exchange of sword strikes. A firm determination settled in my heart. I would never incite Master's anger. I would rather run away. With a quick jump, I thrust my sword into the body of the ragged giant. Whoosh! Kai! Dozens of hands, comprising the giant's body, lunged at me. Using the sword as a pivot, I sprang back, landing on the giant's shoulder. I turned to writhing curiosity, my voice urgent. "What do you want me to do?" "Speak quickly." Tears streamed down her face as she shouted back, a bright smile on her lips. "The holy relic! The holy relic! They mistook and stole must be somewhere within the giant's body. Find it. My daughter gifted me something within that relic." "A holy relic?" I quickly lowered my gaze to the giant's writhing body, but it was nearly impossible to locate the holy relic amidst the massive form teeming with various divinities. Swoosh! I yelled as I severed the reaching hands. "I don't think I can just pick up the holy relic." "No, you can. You can do it." "But how?" Lust as I was sinking into despair, a proud voice echoed in my mind, finally having found a purpose. "Kill." It was Mother's voice, declaring, I can do it." "Kill." Yet, to locate the holy relic within the divine mass, she whispered her need to assume a human form. I was conflicted, fearing any harm might befall Mother. Jai! Swoosh! My sword swung, severing the transparent threads and the hands of the encroaching corpses. The severed hands spewed chunks of flesh before falling to the ground. "I'll help you." The demon, taking the form of a giant snake, coiled around the enraged giant's body. The movement of the headless giant, standing aimlessly, was obstructed. "Kill." She cautiously inquired if she could proceed. Her question was tinged with a hint of gloom and her usual eagerness to assist me. I shut my eyes tightly and responded, "If you think you're going to get hurt in the slightest, you must immediately revert to a hand." "Kill." The hand that emerged, accompanied by a cry of affirmation, transformed into a girl's form, radiating a soft light. I swiftly grasped Mother with one hand and yelled, "Where is it?" "Kill, kill." Her flawless, pale forehead furrowed slightly. Mother, fingers on her temples, scrutinized the ragged giant's body with intense focus. As I awaited Mother's response, I slashed through the hands and threads that persistently reached out with the sword in my hand. Gee! An unforeseen transformation began with the scream. The entwined human corpses were ripped apart, and something emerged from the crevices. More accurately, some things, threads of divinity stitched all over the body, limbs flailing wildly, heads of varying numbers. None of them bore any resemblance to each other. They were small, ragged humans composed of 4 or 5 humans. I wasn't sure if they could still be considered human. Jai! 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 The ragged humans, screaming, began to charge at me. I addressed Mother, who was still searching for the object. "How much longer will it take?" "Kill." She replied that it wasn't entirely within her control. Her usual response contained a hint of reassurance to ease my tension. I patted Mother on the back and shouted, "Hold onto my neck tightly. It's going to get rough." "Kill." 2 slender hands wrapped around my neck. I leaped up once I confirmed that Mother, light as a feather, was clinging tightly to my arms. Bang! Kill! Startled by the unfamiliar sensation compared to her usual hand form, Mother let out a small scream. Hearing the scream, I drew the sword in my right hand horizontally. Newbie! Jai! 2 arms were severed in a single attack. But the ragged human hand I was targeting was one of 3. The remaining hand reached out towards Mother. "How dare you!" I kicked with my right foot, using my left foot as a pivot. Bang! Jai! The ragged human, struck by the kick, ricocheted off the giant's shoulder and fell to the ground. As if waiting for one to be removed, the other 2 ragged humans charged at me. Jai! Jai! I swiftly moved my hand and sliced off the piece of flesh presumed to be its head. The decapitated creature lunged at me with outstretched hands, as if its head was merely an ornament. I quickly looked in the direction where Master was. The experts, swinging their swords at high speed, were fighting fiercely in their own world. At the same time, I was on the body of a ragged giant with all kinds of divinities intertwined. They wouldn't feel much difference even if I added a bit of the divinity of an evil god here. Mother, kill. The divinity of corruption that took place on my whole body skin became a glowing dark green pattern and ran over my body. The power burst out, almost overflowing. The muscles of my whole body jumped with joy. With that, the unbearable pain that something gnawed at me from the inside scolded my brain. Ignoring the pain, I concentrated on the power that seeped through my body. I forcibly broke the sword attack I had already made. I twisted the trajectory. The blade that drew a physically impossible trajectory dug into the ragged human body. Swoosh! Hop! The muscles in my right arm twitched like they were about to explode. The endlessly amplified power went up my waist, past my shoulders, and exploded at my fingertips. Jai! The 4 or 5 ragged humans, tangled to each other, entangled in my sword, floated up and collided with the raging monster that was running right next to it. Bong! The chunks of flesh that collided were crushed, unable to withstand my strength. The 2 rags fell from the giant's shoulders to a tangled mass of flesh, unable to even scream. I got rid of 3 using only one hand, but I couldn't let my guard down. New ragged humans kept popping out one by one from the ragged giant. Gaia! When I saw another ragged man protruding, I quickly shouted at Mother. Not yet! Kill! She lightly complained that the thing was sticking to this shape more than she thought. Mother then smiled confidently and broadly. Kill! Her slender finger pointed to the ragged giant's severed head. I couldn't help but smile. Excellent work. If I could, I'd hug you and plant a kiss on your forehead right now. But I'll restrain myself. Kill! Kill! She screamed, questioning why I was restraining myself. With a surge of divine power, a pure white ice all materialized and flew at high speed towards Mother. There was no time for things like a forehead kiss. Bang! I quickly leapt up and darted away. The divine mass of the ice all shattered the spot where I had been standing, exploding into a shower of ice shards. I held Mother tightly, turning my back to shield her from the ice shards. Sharp ice shards, imbued with divine power, slashed my back. The recovery was slow due to the divine nature of the attack. I gritted my teeth and raised the sword in my hand. Then I threw it at the ragged human who had created the ice spear. The sword sailed through the air, piercing the ragged human. Whoosh! Gaia! I leapt up and ran over the ragged giant's shoulders. I clenched my right fist. The corruption arts shone brightly, as if aflame. I punched it. My fist broke through the ragged human form that had a sword embedded within it. The beaten figure shattered into dozens of pieces, the sound reminiscent of a drum bursting. Clink! My sword, lodged within the monster's body, clattered to the floor. From this point forward, I would have to face these ragged humans with nothing but my bare hands. It got a little cumbersome. Did you find it? A welcome voice. I shouted loudly to the demon. It's near the cut-off neck you see over there. In an instant, the divinity shuddered, and the black shadows all at once became sharp and attacked me. Was it new power? And when I was about to quickly jump up again, crack! The giant snakehead devoured the ragged humans. The shadows rushing toward me lost their strength and fell. Writhing curiosity growled with both eyes wide open in anger. I'll chew everything except the throat. Crash! As the giant snake bit off one shoulder, the corpses that made up the giant screamed in pain in unison. Kai! Thanks to that. Taking full advantage of that chance, I sprinted over the giant's shoulder and headed for the neck cut. Thousands of hands rose and tried to stop me, but I trampled on the futile resistance with force, exploding flesh and blood. When I finally got to the neck, I asked Mother, Where is it? The incision Insis had made on the giant's neck was markedly different from the rest. It was as if the cut had wounded the very essence of the creature, causing the encrusted corpses to struggle for survival. Kill! Mother's shout echoed loudly as she pointed towards one of the massive cuts. I swiftly moved in the direction she indicated. The ground was composed entirely of dead flesh. Mother pointed at it and yelled again, "Kill!" She insisted that it was right beneath us. There were no suitable tools to excavate it, so without hesitation, I extended my right hand and began to claw at it. The flesh was ripped apart, torn away piece by piece. By the time my right hand was soaked with the dead black blood, I felt something. I found it. It was a box. A small box containing the divinity of maintenance, which was very familiar to me. I grabbed the box and shouted, "I found it!" Tears welled up in writhing curiosity's eyes, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Grab it and jump off right now." "Yes." I looked at Mother and quickly shouted, "Now you can turn back into a hand." Mother nodded and turned into the shape of a hand. I grabbed the hand and jumped right off the raging giant's body. Thud! I minimized the impact by rolling on the floor, holding the mother's hand and the box. Raising my head and looking back, I saw the huge snake's mouth ripped open. Writhing curiosity declared with both eyes fluttering in anger, "Sewing needle! You bastard who is imprisoned in the high heavens! Listen carefully. Until the life of this body where I live now is exhausted, I will never stand by your followers. You will have to pay the price for today's rudeness." Crack! The snake's mouth, tearing apart, began to swallow the ragged giant's body. The wriggling snake's mouth shoved the raging giant into its throat. I heard a loud noise. There's a demon over there. Everyone run. Yes, knights and soldiers. The Northern Kingdom army rushed to stop the demon. It was time to go. I glanced at the demon that devoured the whole ragged giant and hid in the city's alley to avoid the kingdom army. In a dimly lit slum alley, Mother emerged from the shadows, her gaze intense. "Kill!" She shut her eyes tightly, brushing her hair back from her forehead. "Kill!" She was imploring me to deliver the kiss I had promised earlier. Suddenly, a woman darted towards me, practically flying, and threw herself into my arms. Writhing curiosity, who had rushed to me unbidden, cried out, "Thank you so much." Without seeking my consent, she began to shower my neck with kisses. "Wait, please let me." "Kill." A terrifyingly adorable killing aura emanated from Mother as she observed writhing curiosity with her charred eyes. "Kill, kill." Deep regret filled me for aiding a demon who lacked even basic manners. Finally, the killing aura erupted. "Kill." Mother, in her leaping fury, spun violently, aiming her sharp elbows at the impolite demon. "Thank you too, Mother of Corruption." Thump. "Kill." The ferocious assault was halted mid-air as the demon caught and smothered Mother's face with kisses. Ki-Ithel. Clank. A violent clash echoed as Prydia used a repulsive power to lightly increase the distance between her and her opponent. Upon seeing a giant, snake-like demon swallow the raging giant, she sheathed her blue sword. Ensis frowned, slightly at her actions. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Prydia shrugged and gestured towards the demon with her chin. "Let's continue what you were doing. My purpose here has been fulfilled." "What the hell does that?" "Why, The kingdom's troops and knights, having arrived just in time, began to flood the area. One knight, upon seeing Ensis, approached him at high speed and shouted, "Ensis Baltas!" Ensis, who noticed the knight, glared emotionlessly at Prydia. "You must take responsibility this time." Prydia nodded and responded, "Me? Responsibility? I don't think I'll be the one taking that." "Sir Ensis Baltas." Ensis directed the knight, who was picking up the massive sword molar that had fallen on the ground. "Arrest her as respectfully as possible. She's an expert, so don't provoke her." "Yes." After giving his orders, Ensis turned away from Prydia and left to deal with the demon's body that was swallowing the giant. The knight, following Ensis' orders, approached Prydia with utmost respect and caution. "I hope you cooperate as much as possible, as you just heard." Wait. Prydia, who had halted the knight with her hand, began to rummage through her pockets, searching for something. Where did I put it? I definitely had it with me when I left. Oh, it's here. Now take a look at this. She handed the knight a neatly folded piece of paper. Prydia gestured. For the knight to open it. Open it. Yes. As the knight unfolded the paper, a poorly drawn picture was revealed. The picture vaguely resembled a human figure. Prydia opened her eyes, wide, and smiled. Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally gave you a picture of my pupil's face. It's cute, isn't it? The knight was genuinely perplexed. Fist is cute. He wondered how she could find the emotion of cuteness in the picture, but he swallowed his question. Now, here it is. This is the correct one. Yes. The knight's eyes widened as he opened the paper that Prydia had handed him. He asked, bewildered, Is this real? Prydia nodded slightly. Of course it's real. There's the stamp. There. The unmistakable seal of the king of the Northern Kingdom. As a knight, he immediately recognized the seal as genuine. The flashy titles and frivolous lines on the paper could be summarized simply. Full immunity. No matter what the owner of this document did, the Northern Kingdom would not hold her responsible. The knight asked in a bewildered voice, Where did you get this? Where did I get this? Prydia tapped her lips in contemplation, then shrugged. I don't remember exactly, but I killed an evil god worshipper a little while ago and then received this from the king. The king said that I was a benefactor of the kingdom, and he gave it to me. I brought this today just in case, but who would have thought I would really need this, right? Her two blue eyes curved softly. So it's okay if I go now. I have someone to visit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cloudy eyes lost focus. Writhing curiosity looked at me with her only intact eye and smiled. How are your eyes? Writhing curiosity responded while hugging Mother tightly. Sadly, I can't see anything, but there must be a way to recover at least one eye. I already have a few methods in mind. Kill. Mother demanded to be released immediately, but the demon couldn't hear her. Writhing curiosity lowered her head slightly and asked Mother, Do you want another kiss? Kill. Mother raised her hands, showing her two middle fingers. The demon grinned and released Mother from her grasp. Mother, now free, quickly ran into my arms. I held Mother, who had jumped into my arms. Kill. Kill. The sorrow caused by writhing curiosity and the grumbling toward her exploded. I patted Mother on the back and asked the demon, I came here because you asked me to, but do we have to keep talking in this alley? I was slightly uncomfortable exposing Mother in such an open space. Of course not. Just a moment. A secret door disguised as a wall opened as writhing curiosity touched various parts of the alley. The demon entered the door and beckoned me. Follow me. Hurry. Let me serve you tea. Yes. I followed the demon into her secret hideout. As I entered, the door began to close slowly behind me. We walked down a stone hallway, lit with minimal light. Suddenly, I felt a soft palm on my neck. Mother, with her arms outstretched, rubbed my neck. Her eyes were more serious than ever. I asked, with a smile, What's wrong? Kill. She explained she was erasing the traces left by the evil demon. I realized the places Mother rubbed were the same ones. The demon had kissed repeatedly. Had the demon left a mark on my body under the guise of a kiss? Did you leave any traces? I didn't. I'm already exhausted from today's efforts. Why would I do that? Writhing curiosity, swinging her mole and giving a bewitching smile, turned and continued down the long hallway. Her hand stopped wiping my neck. As I lowered my head slightly, I saw Mother about to kiss my neck, which she had just wiped. Her eyes were closed, her lips trembling, and her face was red as if it was about to explode. I smiled and kept my promise. Smack. Kill. Kill. Mother asked with tightly closed eyes if it was what she thought had just touched her forehead. Mother, I kept my promise. Kill. Violent protests erupted, claiming this was invalid because she didn't get to enjoy it properly. We're here. Come in. I heard the demon's voice. I quickly moved and followed the demon. The secret place was quite different from what I had imagined. I had pictured a dark and gloomy place, but the secret hideout was just an ordinary family house. Writhing curiosity gestured to a chair at the table. Sit here, both of you. I'll bring you some tea. I placed Mother in the chair and sat down. Mother sat and pondered about something. Finally, having finished thinking, she tapped my forearm. Yes, kill. She explained that no matter how much she thought about it, that was too sudden and too quick, and it was unfair. Mother, who closed her eyes again, trembled as she brushed away the hair that covered her forehead. Kill. She asked to quickly do it again formally. Before I could do anything, the demon returned with the tea, smiling playfully and briefly kissing Mother's forehead. Smack. Mother saw, raising her trembling eyebrows, the smile of a genuinely cruel demon kissing her forehead. Did you like it? Bewilderment, perplexity, surprise, and anger. Her delicate hands were trembling. Mother clenched her fists, sprang from her seat, and jumped. Kill. Her attack was nimble, like that of a kitten. Her fists exploded over the demon's face. Puck. Mother, sit with me. Kill. The demon grabbed Mother, who had jumped up with one hand, and took her into her arms. Despite Mother's violent resistance, writhing curiosity barely acknowledged her struggle, and with diuresis knew. Held out a teacup. To me. Have a drink. Then I'll drink it, thanks. I took a sip, but again there was no taste. To me, it was just warm water. The mother of corruption should drink it too. I brought the tea with the sweetest scent on purpose. Kill. She declared she would never touch something that this wicked and teasing evil demon offered. Seeing Mother's sullen face, writhing curiosity smiled. This tea pairs really well with this cookie, you know? Try it quickly. The demon quickly picked up a cookie from the plate and shoved it into Mother's mouth. Kill. Mother screamed resolutely and tried to spit out the cookie, but soon she tasted the cookies with the tip of her tongue, and her eyes widened. Seeing this, the demon took a teacup and put it in Mother's hand as if waiting. Drink this. It will taste 3 times better. The sweet smell emanated from the tea. A deep conflict erupted in Mother's eyes while she chewed on the snack. Pride as a god and desire and curiosity for delicious snacks. Mother, torn between her ideals and reality, eventually closed her eyes tightly and tasted the tea. Kill, unknowingly exclaiming, "Oh, it's incredibly delicious." Mother glanced at the demon's eyes. Writhing curiosity spoke, as if waiting. I'm really sorry for making fun of you earlier. It was because Mother of Corruption was so cute and lovable, so please. Forgive me for that. Oh, and there are many more, so you can eat as much as you want. The demon took a step back and apologized. Mother pondered for a while, chewing the sweets in her mouth, and then slowly opened her mouth. Kill. I relayed her thoughts with a smile. She said she will let it slide, just this time. The demon chuckled. Really? That's a relief. Mother, who finally had emptied the guilt, moved her hand as if dancing and shoved the sweets in her mouth. The demon skillfully poured tea again and offered it to Mother. Mother, who took the teacup and drank it, smiled broadly. Kill. She was strongly moved by the delicious taste. I smiled. Mother looked as if she had never been angry in the first place. By the way, where is your daughter? Writhing curiosity smiled brightly. She died a long time ago. I shouldn't have asked that. The demon looked at my face and grinned again. No need to be sorry. If my daughter were still alive, that would be even weirder. She's a human from the days of the ancient empire. What? Ancient empire? So how long has that demon been in that body? That was too strange. Even though a part of her body was taken out on this earth, she ended with only one eye being blinded. Then your husband? Writhing curiosity blinked her eyes a few times. and smiled. Husband? I didn't have a husband. When I first took possession of this body, I received, in return for something, the owner of this body was already pregnant. The demon took a sip of the teacup placed in front of her and looked around with a thoughtful look. You know, that there's a little bit of unwritten rule between us, who you all call demons, about possessing someone. Really? Yeah, we have. Writhing curiosity ate a cookie and continued. We don't want to give birth to a child with a body we possess, especially giving birth to a child directly with a woman's body. Do you know why? I thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a proper answer. Why? Because writhing curiosity slowly stroked Mother's head. Slap. Kill. Mother slapped the demon's hand, saying she was disturbing her while eating. Writhing curiosity smiled and started talking again. Our purpose is to relish this world to its fullest and then depart. However, if we bear a child, we develop a strong attachment that surpasses mere enjoyment. This attachment eventually morphs into regret. In essence, everyone does this to avoid feeling sorrow from leaving too much regret in the body they will only inhabit temporarily. The demon instinctively tried to raise her hand over Mother's head again. Sensing the movement, Mother quickly turned to look at writhing curiosity, who hastily withdrew her hand and continued speaking. Naturally, we all succumb to curiosity at least once, so most demons have had children during possession. However, those who have already had a child don't repeat the act with the same body. As my name suggests, I accepted the deal offered by the owner of this body out of curiosity and bore a truly wonderful and beautiful daughter. The demon's eyes, as she recounted the story of her daughter, shone brighter than ever. My daughter, Salon, was incredibly intelligent and stunningly beautiful. I'll exclusively show you and the mother a corruption what my daughter has created. She retrieved the box I had taken and opened it. The box-shaped relic, imbued with the divinity of maintenance, had the power to preserve the items inside it in their original state. Inside the open box, a variety of miscellaneous items were neatly arranged. A crudely drawn picture, a ring made of twisted iron thread, a brass hairpin, and a collection of handcrafted trinkets. These were the treasures cherished by the demon. This is a portrait of me that Salon drew when she was 5, and this ring was meticulously crafted when she was 8. And this, the demon was so enthusiastic that she pointed out each item, providing a detailed explanation. Her voice, filled with maternal affection, narrated each item's story. I listened, quietly. After while writhing curiosity, having finished her lengthy explanation, turned to me with a smile, her mole twitching. Do you remember the sword you brought when we first met? The one with the jagged teeth. Was she referring to the butcher? Yes, but why bring it up now? Writhing curiosity responded with a broad smile. At the time, I didn't mention it because I didn't want to seem like I was boasting about my daughter, but she was the one who crafted it. Really? Could you bring it out for a moment? I want to show you something interesting. I retrieved the butcher from my inventory and handed it to the demon. Writhing curiosity, upon receiving the butcher, licked her lips and murmured an ancient phrase in a low voice. Its translation was quite simple. Always my beloved mother, Alicia. As soon as the demon finished speaking, a vibrant ancient script appeared on the butcher's blade. Salon, the Empire's first craftsman. Her 6th creation. Writhing curiosity handed back the butcher and spoke to me cheerfully. See? Was I not correct? The dim light cast upon the dark passage reflected off the blade of a swirling dagger. Clang! Damn it! Hilden, the Eastern District Chief of Ilek, deflected the dagger aimed at his throat with a soft curse. His body, inactive for over 5 years, groaned under the strain. Despite his protesting body, he was more than capable of handling the assassin sent to kill him. After all, he was a man weathered by this line of work. Die! Thud! Hilden's dagger found its mark in the assassin's chest. Out of habit, he twisted the dagger half a turn before yanking it out. The heat of battle, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time, left his mind dazed. Realizing his victory, Hilden raised both hands in triumph. Yeah, damn it. I'm not dead yet. This Eastern District Chief Hilden is still alive. Whether it's 100 or 1,000 assassins, I'll take them all on. Ha ha ha. Around the laughing Hilden, 3 corpses lay on the ground. As his excitement subsided, his rational mind began to grasp reality. The assassins had broken in out of nowhere, calling him a traitor and attacking. Hilden quickly grasped the situation with the extraordinary intuition that had kept him alive in the underworld. That lizard prince's request has gone completely to shit. Before hiding and covering his tracks, he attacked both me and the lizard prince in a final act of revenge. The lizard prince must be under attack right now. If he sent 3 assassins after me, I can't even imagine how many he sent after the lizard prince. Having made his decision quickly, Hilden kicked off the ground and ran out of the broken door. The lizard prince is in danger. I need to save him quickly. He stopped dead in the middle of the corridor as he was running out. No, why the hell should I go save him? What's so special about him? Less than, a group of people noticed Hilden standing still in the middle of the corridor. There! Hilden is still alive. That bastard who threw shit at headquarters is still alive. Kill him right now. Hilden realized he was screwed, just like the request, as he heard the shouts coming from all directions. Shit. I'm not Hilden. I just look a little like Hilden. A vehement denial. But of course, no one fell for Hilden's lie. Hilden is talking nonsense. Rip out that bastard's tongue. Charge. Hilden ran back into the room he had just fled from as people swarmed in from all directions. Hilden, you bastard. There's no use hiding. There are no windows to escape from in this basement. Ugh. Hilden, who had been waiting by the door, stabbed the first man to enter in the throat with his dagger. Blood gushed from the spot where the dagger had been pulled out. Hilden kicked the dying man and shouted, Shit. I'm not going alone. I'm definitely not going alone. Come on, you bastards. As if they had been waiting for his words, the agents of the headquarters began to pour into the room. Hilden fought back fiercely, but clear wounds began to appear on his body. Yes, in the face of death, Hilden thought of his wife, who was as big as a bear. She had been a fox before they got married, but after marriage, she had gained weight and turned into a complete bear. He gritted his teeth, thinking of his wife. Arg, may the strength of a bear surge within me. Shit, someone, please save me. Please, really please. I'll even kiss your ass if you save me. Really? Then, a loud noise echoed down the corridor. Arg, crazy. Crash. A man walked in through the broken stone wall. Blood dripped from his entire body. All of it was someone else's blood. The bright yellow scales that stood out all over his skin, the sharp claws that protruded, the eyes that were split like a reptile's. The appearance of Battis Draco, the 3rd prince of the Dragon Kingdom, who had undergone a reverse dragon transformation. Upon confirming his arrival, Hilden's eyes burned with hotter hope than ever before. Did you by any chance come to save me? Die, you damn lizard. Thud. Battis Draco's fist, which shot out like a ray of light, burst the head of a man who was charging at him. He glanced around with an annoyed look in his eyes and brushed back his blood-soaked hair. Or do you think I came here to play? Shut up and follow me. Quickly. Yes, sir. Hilden, with a broad smile, quickly ran towards Battis. I take back calling you a lizard. Really? Long live the prince of the Dragon Kingdom. In reality, Battis Draco was the root of all this chaos, but Hilden, teetering on the brink of death, didn't have the luxury to ponder that far. He was simply overjoyed to see the prince who had arrived to rescue him. Stay close to me. I'll personally eliminate anyone who attempts to hinder us, so prepare to escape swiftly. Yes, Prince Battis. Battis slightly furrowed his brows at the fervent response and retorted, If you ever try to kiss my ass with your filthy mouth, know that I won't hesitate to kill you too. I stared at the ancient script shimmering on the blade of the butcher, surprised by this unknown feature. Are there any other hidden features besides this glowing script? Writhing curiosity examined the butcher before handing it back to me. I'm not sure, but considering my daughter's nature, she might have designed it to interact with her other creations. She's quite fond of transformations and combinations. I stowed the butcher in my 2-slot inventory. Then a question crossed my mind. Why don't you desire my sword? Yet you treasure the items your daughter made. The demon grinned. It's simple. As you said, what I cherish are the gifts my daughter gave me. The other items were made by my daughter, hoping someone would use them. If I forcibly collected them, I wouldn't use them out of regret and would just store them away. I know better than anyone that this isn't what my daughter wanted. The cookie bowl was empty. Mother, having devoured all the cookies, poked the chin of writhing curiosity with her finger. Kill. She's asking if there are any more cookies. Really? The demon smirked and pointed to a corner of the kitchen. There's a drawer full of cookies over there. Feel free to take as many as you want. Mother glanced at the demon's face. Kill. How dare she treat me like a child? Mother grumbled, but still took the empty bowl and hopped off the demon's lap to refill it with cookies. The demon watched Mother's retreating figure with a beaming smile. She's really cute, isn't she? Yes, Mother's indeed adorable. But I'm not sure how to express my gratitude to you. Writhing curiosity pondered as she neatly packed the items into the box-shaped holy relic. The demon's eyes softened. Shall we have a go without Mother knowing? I'll treat you really well. Seriously, I appreciate the sentiment, but I must firmly decline. Please don't suggest that in front of Mother. It would cause a commotion. At my refusal, writhing curiosity covered her mouth with her fingers. Her moist lips changed shape slightly along her delicate fingers. Really? That's a shame. I was joking last time, but I'm a bit serious this time. If you change your mind, let me know later. I'm okay with it. She was quite cheeky. I quickly cut off the temptation that was sprouting in my heart. The demon still had her lips pursed and was deep in thought. Then what can I give you as a reward? Do I have anything suitable to give you among the things I've collected? Thud. A towering pile of cookies. Mother returned with a mountain of cookies, greedily filled with desire. She placed the full bowls on the table and was about to naturally sit on the demon's lap again when she stopped abruptly. Kill. Realizing there was no need to sit on the demon's lap again, Mother quickly took a chair and sat down, starting to munch on the cookies. The demon refilled the empty teacup and continued to ponder. I was thinking of following you around and helping a bit, but I don't really enjoy fighting. As you can see, or rather, even without seeing, it's clear that your journey as the son of corruption will surely be accompanied by a river of blood. Mother, who had heard the demon's pondering, shouted with her cheeks full. Kill. I chuckled and relayed Mother's words to the demon. She says if you're grateful, you should repay her with a pile of gold coins as big as these cookies. The demon looked at Mother's face and chuckled. I like that our mother of corruption is so practical. I like it, but I have a lot of expenses coming up, so giving money is a bit. I have to think about how to handle the half-destroyed underground arena, and fixing this damaged I will cost quite a bit too. Writhing curiosity, who was chattering away, subtly reached out towards Mother's head. Slap! Mother's fierce slap, as soft as cotton candy, halted the demon's gesture. Rubbing her slapped hand, she laughed. I'd rather not give you money that will just disappear. I want to give you something more special, something memorable. Let's see. The demon, who had suddenly stood up, showed a happy smile as if she had solved a difficult problem. Let's wait here for a bit. I might have something to give you. Writhing curiosity strode away. Mother, who had returned with a mountain of cookies, didn't care about the demon's departure and continued to ruthlessly devour the cookies. She looked so cute that I teased her. Are they that delicious? Kill. A resounding affirmation. Mother quickly drank her tea. I refilled her teacup while watching her chew on the cookies with her cheeks full. Even though I couldn't taste it, I could feel the taste of the cookies just by looking at Mother's happy face. If I had known she liked to eat this much, I would have bought her lots of delicious food earlier. Thanks to the money I won in the illegal arena, my pockets were quite full. I firmly resolved to buy her lots of expensive and delicious food in the future. Kill. A soft murmur echoed. I flashed a bright smile at Mother. Why so softly? Mother quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring the demon was absent. She spoke in a voice quieter and smaller than anyone else's, even though the demon wouldn't have heard her even if she had spoken directly to her. Kill, kill. Earlier, when she had opened the kitchen drawer, it was filled with these cookies. Mother cautiously expressed her true feelings. Kill. She wondered if I could ask the demon to pack some cookies for her when we departed later. Her innocent question prompted me to nod in agreement. I'll ask her separately later. Kill. Only then did Mother begin to smile contentedly, pushing the snacks back into the bowl. I quietly savored the peaceful moment, filled only with the sound of her munching on the cookies. After a while, writhing curiosity returned, holding a small object in her hand. She extended it towards me with a broad smile. I've been holding on to this, planning to sell it to the right person for a fair price. I forgot to sell it because the right person never showed up, but I'll just give it to you. I think this will be a sufficient reward for you. I accepted the key that the demon handed over. The key that could unlock the door to the ruins of the ancient empire. I immediately grasped the significance of this key. Could it be a ruin that contains another of your daughter's masterpieces? The eyes of writhing curiosity curved softly. Her mole shifted gently. You're quick to catch on, which I like. But I don't really know what's inside the ruins, is that okay? Considering the butcher's significant contributions so far, there was absolutely no reason to refuse. I grinned at the demon. This is truly a perfect reward. I'm already looking forward to it. All right, here, take this. Writhing curiosity handed me a large bundle. I accepted it with a nod. Thank you. I mixed in different snacks, so it wouldn't feel too plain with just the ones you ate earlier. Share them with your comrades. Yes. As the demon smiled quietly. Mother, who had been standing silently by my side, gave a small nod towards the demon. A very small nod. Then she quickly snuggled into my arms and transformed into a hand. I tucked Mother's hand into my arms and returned the demon's smile. Mother is also grateful. Really? I thought so. Writhing curiosity, chuckling, extended her hand towards me. A farewell handshake. As I took her hand, the demon's pitch-black eyes softened. But I think I'll stay in the capital a little longer. I needed to investigate the group that attacked Dakia, and I had to settle things with my master who would soon come looking for me. Writhing curiosity tapped her murky eyes with her fingers. I'm planning to leave the capital for a while after tidying up here. I need to recover this. It's a bit inconvenient to live with only one eye because it distorts the sense of distance. I grinned. Then this handshake really is a farewell. Well, we might see each other again if fate allows. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. Is that so? Yes. But before we say goodbye, let me say one last thing. Is that okay? Of course. My reflection was cast on the demon's intact, shining black eye. She smiled softly and made a request. Be kind to the mother of corruption. Of course, you're doing very well now, so I'm not asking you to do more. Let's now. Let's keep doing what you're doing so that the mother of corruption can continue to smile. I intend to do so even without your request. Kill. While Mother was deeply moved by the demon's farewell, the demon spat out her real final goodbye. And always live your life with a smile. Life is always too short. I'll keep that in mind. Then goodbye. Take care. I left the demon's hideout, receiving her farewell as she waved her hand. As I stepped out into the dark alley, Mother's hand wriggled slightly in my arms. Kill. Are Nigerian Arotalin bot Epsilon. Although she didn't like everything, she did like the final farewell. I grinned. Do you? I'm very happy to see Mother becoming more mature day by day. Your charm has increased 100-fold today. Kill. Mother had promised me that it would multiply 1,000-fold by tomorrow. Finding her cute, I patted my chest pocket and proceeded towards the inn. Dakia was eagerly awaiting my arrival. Writhing curiosity squirmed, a faint smile playing on her lips as she watched the spot where the son of corruption had vanished. She had deceived the son of corruption with a tiny, insignificant lie. She knew exactly what the key she had given him could unlock within the ruins. After all, she was the one who had subtly allowed the key to the sleeping ruins, the sixth work, to fall into Balta's hands. The son of corruption was bound to discover the work her daughter had left behind in the ruins. her daughter's creation, the final piece she had crafted, yet the only one numbered differently from the order of its creation, the first work. It was a medium that connected all the works she created. This object, hidden from the world, would undoubtedly prove invaluable in gathering the other sealed relics. Consequently, even though the likelihood was slim, if the mother of corruption were to regain her full divinity, the gods would pay a steep price for the sin they had committed. Sewing Needle, which had coveted the gift from her daughter, would be no exception. The demon smiled softly, her tempting lips parting slightly. I feel a bit guilty for using you for my revenge, but it's not a bad deal for the son of corruption. Well, if he's really angry later, I can soothe him with my body. Now let's start packing up. She began to meticulously prepare for her departure from the capital. At the same time, she started to sketch a plan to deal a significant blow to the organization of the evil god worshippers, Liberatio, who served Sewing Needle. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Are you back? Dakia, who was sitting in a corner on the first floor with her robe pulled down, ran towards me as soon as I entered the inn with a large bundle. She checked me up and down. Are you hurt anywhere? They said the demon was subjugated. Did you manage to handle your business well? And what's this bundle? I patted Dakia's shoulder in response to her 3 questions at once. Calm down first. I'm not going anywhere. I'm okay. She took a deep breath and asked again with her golden eyes sparkling. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm perfectly healthy. What about your business? That's been handled very well too. And this bundle? I grinned and showed her the bundle. I brought some snacks. They're said to be very delicious, so I'll share some with you. So you managed to bring snacks back. Your business must have gone really well. I'm relieved. Can I ask a question now? Yes. After hearing her enthusiastic answer, I looked around the first floor of the inn. The citizens who were sharing a meal were all loudly discussing the appearance of the demon that day. Amidst the noise, I asked very carefully, did Master Prydia come looking for me by any chance? I had told her where we were staying, so I was sure that after finishing her business, she would come here to meet me. Dakia shook her head. No, Master Prydia hasn't come yet. I thought she would be waiting for me. Did something happen? I was worried about her safety for a moment, but it was hard to imagine anyone who could put Master Prydia in danger, so I put my doubts aside. Understood. Did you receive any messages from Carmen or Sajida? Considering the place where they were in the fight between the ragged giant and the demon, they could have been seriously injured. The chances were very low considering their skills. Dakia nodded with a slightly darkened expression. There was news. I was going to tell you as soon as you put down your luggage. Seeing her dark expression, I realized that something had happened to them. Were they seriously injured? They're not in immediate danger, but according to the messengers sent by Carmen, they seem to be having a bit of trouble with the treatment, especially Sajida's treatment. After hearing Dakia's words, I silently nodded. I'll unpack and go see them right away. Yes, I'll wait here. Upon entering the infirmary where Carmen and Sajida were recuperating, Carmen greeted us with a cheerful smile and wave. Marnak, you've arrived? And Lady Dakia, too. Eris Grata, Carmen's lover who had been tending to him, and Sajita, seated next to Carmen, bowed their heads in our direction. Carmen, lying in bed, was swathed in bandages from head to toe, a faint divinity constantly radiating from his body. I grinned and remarked, at least your voice is still lively. That's a relief. Ha ha ha. Is that so? I can't let myself be down just because I'm a bit hurt. That would disgrace the name of Baltus. It's not that serious. Just a few broken bones and severe bruises. Indeed, full body fractures and severe bruises weren't such a significant issue. A priest from the Restoration religion could be called upon to heal him with their divine power. Once a priest from the Restoration religion arrived, he could receive treatment and be back on his feet within a few days. Carmen's face darkened slightly. The real problem is with Sajida. He injured his ankle during the fight. I'm fine, Sajida interjected firmly. My gaze shifted to him, lying on the opposite side. A faint divinity also emanated from his body. It was significantly stronger than Carmen's. Let me examine your ankle for a moment. As I lifted the blanket, I discovered a solidified chunk of divinity, shaped like a needle, embedded in Sajida's ankle. A faint divinity flowed from it, entwining with various other divine energies. This explained why they remained bedridden, receiving only basic treatment and not the healing of a restoration religion priest. It wasn't that they hadn't sought such healing, but rather they couldn't. The divinity of the evil gods seeping from their wounds likely interfered with the priest's divine power. I signaled to Mother by patting my chest, and she, understanding my signal perfectly, responded briefly, "Kill," with her assurance that she could easily handle the situation if I unsealed the holy relic given by the demon. My task became clear. Seeing my expression, Carmen chuckled and spoke. "Don't worry too much. According to the priest who came and went, the divinity of the evil gods flowing from our wounds is gradually weakening. It might take some time to completely disappear, though. How long do you think it will take according to the priest?" "Well," as Carmen hesitated, his lover, Eris Grata, quickly answered, "to naturally eliminate the remaining divinity in the wounds, it could take a few months to a few years at the least. That's only for Carmen. The person lying over there might take even longer. But we've already put out a bounty for a priest who can neutralize the divinity of the evil gods, so it won't take that long." Carmen looked at Dakia with a sheepish smile. "I'm really sorry that things turn out this way, but it seems a bit difficult for Sajida and me to continue escorting Lady Dakia for now. If it weren't for the divinity of the evil gods, we could have recovered within a week." Dakia smiled faintly and shook her head. "Please focus on your treatment first. I'm really fine." I looked at Carmen and Sajida and slowly spoke. "I will be leaving the capital for a few days with Lady Dakia. I happen to know a way to eliminate the divinity that has settled in your bodies." "What?" Dakia's eyes widened as she heard my words. I grinned, addressing her directly. "I'll explain in detail when we return to the inn." My plan was to explore the ancient ruins with her. The coordinates provided by the demon's key to the ruins were not far from the capital. In the secluded space of the ancient ruins, I could absorb the divinity sealed within Mother's holy relic without anyone knowing. Plus, I could get a new relic made by the daughter of writhing curiosity. At my sudden declaration, Carmen, who had been blinking in surprise, grinned and gestured to me. "That's Marnak for you. But could you come here for a moment? I have something to tell you." At his gesture, Eris discreetly escorted Dakia out of the infirmary. Only Carmen, Sajida, and I were left in the infirmary. Carmen looked at me with a more serious expression than ever. "Marnak?" "Yes." His dark brown eyes stared straight at me. Soon, a playful smile played around his lips. "I guarantee you, there aren't many women as kind-hearted and generous as Lady Dakia. Take this opportunity to treat her well. It seems to me that Lady Dakia also has quite a fondness for you." "Kill." Sajida, who had been sitting quietly on the bed, spoke up. "As far as I know, you two are already in a relationship." "What?" "Kill." Carmen and Mother were both shocked at the same time. Carmen reached out to grab me, but winced in pain and yelled instead. "What? Was I the only one who didn't know? Huh? What the hell does that mean?" "Kill, kill." Mother's cry for an immediate explanation. I wasn't sure what she wanted me to explain since she had been with me all along, but I felt the need to clarify this misunderstanding. Lady Dakia and I are not in any relationship, especially not the kind that Sajida is thinking of. "Really? That's a shame. Don't you think so, Sajida?" At Carmen's question, Sajida glanced at me and nodded slightly. They both looked relatively healthy, which was a relief. At least there wouldn't be any major problems until I returned. "Please take care of yourselves until I return. I'll be back as soon as possible." Carmen nodded. "We just need to lie in bed, so don't rush and get hurt." "Well, I'm sure you'll handle it well, Marnak." At his sincere concern, I grinned and replied, "Thank you for your concern. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." On the way back to the inn after leaving the infirmary, I finished explaining the rough details to Dakia. She readily agreed to my plan. Originally, the four of us were supposed to go to the ancient ruins together, but going with just Dakia wasn't a bad choice either. At least I could use the corruption arts freely without worrying about others. Upon arriving at the inn, we were greeted by my master, Prydia, who was sitting on the first floor, sipping water. Seeing me, she grinned. You're quite late, aren't you, my apprentice? I've been waiting for you. Come on, sit here. Instead of following my master's words and sitting next to her, I sat across from her with Dakia. You're later than anticipated. Master's blue eyes curved gently as she spoke. I made a brief stop at the palace. The Northern Kingdom's queen requested a favor. She mentioned that in the city of Igeler, north of the capital, evil god worshippers are causing chaos. She politely requested their extermination, and I agreed. So, pack your things, apprentice. We're heading north together. The Ermel family's territory lay south of the capital. Naturally, I couldn't comply with Master's suggestion. I realized it was time to assert myself more firmly than ever before. I won't accompany you, Master. There's something I must handle myself. You won't join me? Even after I, your sole master, endured countless hardships and insults to fulfill your requests. Master's thin blue eyelashes trembled. Did I mishear you? I responded firmly. No, you heard correctly. How cruel! A single clear tear rolled down her pale cheek, splashing onto the hardened floor. How could you do this to me? I've worked tirelessly for my only apprentice. Another tear welled up in her eye. I looked straight into Master's eyes and spoke. Stop feigning tears when things don't go your way. I've fallen for those tears more than once or twice, but not anymore. As if she had never shed a tear, Master Prydia shrugged her shoulders and laughed heartily. A woman's tears are her weapon, apprentice. But seriously, you're not coming with me? I nodded solemnly, my expression grave. Yes, I want to accompany you, Master. As I mentioned earlier, I have an obligation to fulfill. I'd be quite upset if you knocked me out and kidnapped me. Please, return your hand to the table. The white hand that had subtly inched towards the sword hilt returned to the table as if it had never moved. Master Prydia responded with a mischievous smile. Do you truly believe I would resort to such violent methods? What do you take me for? I looked at her gently and replied, I know you seriously considered it. Master Prydia laughed heartily, spreading her palms wide. In the end, I didn't do it, right? I think it's best not to dwell on such trivial matters between us. I was about to retort, but held back, knowing she could instantly grab my throat, knock me out, and kidnap me. Phew. Anyway, I really can't follow you, Master, because I have something to do. I decided to play my trump card at this exact moment. A trump card for the unpredictable future that neither she nor I knew about. All right, Master. Once I finish what I'm doing, I'll return to you and take all the training I've been putting off. I won't complain until I become the master you always talk about. Master Prydia pouted her lips, snorted softly, and stared at me. I swallowed hard, hoping that the card I had played would work on her. Honestly, my only other option was to escape in the middle of the night. However, if I were caught, or if I managed to escape openly, I feared the real danger would come the next time we crossed paths. Thus, I dare not take that risk. Master Prydia's contemplation was prolonged. I tried to quickly add something more. All right, I'll write letters. I'll write them regularly. Huh, you're okay with it? Can I really not go back right now? Master Prydia smiled broadly and tapped her sword hilt. All right, my disciple. This merciful, understanding, and beautiful master has made up her mind. I just want to check your skills right now. And as long as you're not at a level where you'll get beaten up wherever you go, I'm willing to wait for you very patiently. Does that mean the backyard of this is quite spacious and quiet? Grab a suitable sword and hurry out. Isn't this just a matter of crossing swords once, and if Master doesn't like it, it's over? As if she had noticed my thoughts, Master narrowed her eyes and looked at me gently. Hurry up. What are you doing without going? If you're thinking of catching my sword with your bare hands, I won't stop you, but it's definitely going to hurt a bit. I'll be back soon. That's right. That's my good disciple. I'll go to the backyard first, so hurry back. I nodded and quickly went upstairs to grab my frosteel sword. Dakia, who had followed me, asked, Do you think you have a chance? I shook my head vigorously. Not at all. Even though Master seems a bit lax at times, she's very strict when it comes to swords. All I can do is try my best and try to persuade her with words. Dakia, who had looked around quickly, slowly reached out and grabbed my clothes, whispering in a small voice. Her cheeks turned a slight, very slight, pink. Please do your best." Her tiny whisper turned into a strong cheer. I fastened the frost steel sword to my waist and grinned broadly. I was planning to do just that. Under the dim night sky, the cascading moonlight scattered as it struck the icy blue hair of my master, Prydia. Her azure eyes mirrored the moon's reflection. She leaned back, gazing at the sky before slowly lowering her gaze to me, gracing me with a leisurely smile. "Have you arrived, my disciple?" "Yes, master, I have arrived." As was her custom, she drew the sword from its sheath at her waist. I had never been permitted to draw my master's sword from its sheath. The conditions remained the same as always. Her cherished sword, Desperate Cry, was pointed towards me, still sheathed. "I will only use as much strength as you can muster to face you. Try your best to cut me." I drew my frost steel sword from my waist. I had seriously considered using the butcher, but I refrained, fearing that if I brazenly wielded the butcher and my master drew her sword, I would be utterly defenseless and severely beaten. Her sapphire eyes, which had been filled with the moon, now softened. "Now, come at me, my disciple." Crash! A response was unnecessary. I kicked off the ground and charged towards my master, stepping into range without hesitation. The range within which I could strike her with my sword. I put my all into the first strike. I swung my sword in a straight line, pouring all the strength I could muster into it. As my sword fell from above in a lethal strike, my master's hand moved slightly. Thud! My sword's trajectory twisted as it struck the sheath. Yes, I had expected this. If it were a normal training session, my master's fist would have landed on my jaw by now. I quickly retreated, kicking off the ground. But my master did not pursue me. She merely smiled and flicked her sword. "Come again." I was slightly annoyed by her attitude, as if she were dealing with a child. I gritted my teeth and charged again. The distance between us closed once more. I calmly unleashed a flurry of attacks on my master. Cut, cut, and cut again. I swung my sword with all the strength I could muster. I didn't consider the possibility of my master counterattacking. No, I hoped she would counter my one-sided onslaught. Even if it meant sacrificing my bones to take her flesh, I trusted my sturdy body. Thud, thud, thud. My master merely smiled quietly, lightly flicking her sword to deflect my attacks with minimal movement. It was as if she was trying to read something from my sword. I launched another attack. Thud! My horizontal strike was deflected by my master's sheath, which had risen from below, and my sword veered off its intended path. For the first time, my master, who had only been defending, moved. The moment I saw her blue hair fluttering, her heel was already striking my head. Crash! I was sent flying and crashed into the ground. My bones ached. I quickly regained my footing, but my balance was off due to the blow to my head. Even though I was off balance, I raised my sword to prepare for the next attack. If this had been a regular training session, my master would have mercilessly beaten me while I was disoriented. But my master did not chase after me. She just stood still, staring at me intently. Her lips slowly parted after a brief snort. My disciple. My vision finally stabilized. I still held my sword aloft as I responded. Yes. What do you think is the most important thing to become a master? This was the first time she had directly mentioned the term master. Isn't it a swordsmanship honed to the extreme and a body trained to its limits? My master chuckled. That's the bare minimum. If it were that easy to become a master, I would have become one within 5 years of starting my training at the very latest. Do you realize how unlucky you sometimes are? At my jab, my master just smiled and replied, "What can I do? It's the truth." My dear disciple, use your imagination a bit more. What could be the most important thing to become a master? I thought hard, but I really didn't know. I don't know. Prydia, my master, tapped her shoulder with her sheath and said, "I always find your honesty endearing. Let this beautiful and understanding master reveal the secret to becoming a mastered." She slowly approached me and pointed at my chest with her white finger. "It's this, a strong heart." So, the secret to becoming a master lies in blood circulation. I thought so. Seeing my master a loss for words, I quickly opened my mouth. I'm joking. Sometimes, your sudden jokes really catch me off guard. Anyway, the most fundamental thing to become a master is your heart. A sword imbued with your heart can cut through anything, even things considered uncuttable. Yes, to give you a rough idea, a master can even cut through magic. With a swishing sound, the icy blue blade emerged from the sheath. My master looked at the sword and slowly opened her lips. But to become a master, you must completely separate your heart from others. Especially, you must rid yourself of any dependence on others. If you want to become a master, you must strive to independence from this world. But, my dear disciple, the icy blue blade touched the skin of my neck. A chilling, killing intent flowed from her blue eyes. In the midst of the dizzying, killing intent, my master smiled softly. It seems our adorable disciple is terribly dependent on something, isn't it? I've spent 3 years trying to reduce that dependence, but what on earth are you so dependent on? The icy blue blade dug slightly into my skin. A drop of blood rolled down the blade. Prydia, my master, wearing a pure white smile, gently asked, "Why don't you confide in this beautiful and understanding master? Tell me, Yun. Dependency? Was I dependent?" It was evident what Prydia meant when she mentioned dependency. My only dependency could be mother. I was already aware of it. It would be peculiar if I didn't know that I became anxious whenever mother was out of sight. It hadn't always been like this. During my training with Prydia, my dependency on mother had been significantly less, just as she had predicted. In fact, I had long understood what amplified my dependency on mother. Every time I suffered injuries that would have been fatal to an ordinary person, my dependency on mother deepened. In other words, my dependency on mother intensified each time I returned from the brink of death. However, this knowledge didn't mean I could recklessly put myself in danger. The situations I had encountered so far were often ones where others would surely have died if I prioritized self-preservation. I didn't even perceive my growing dependency on mother negatively. My disciple, my only disciple, Prydia, having sheathed her sword, approached me. Her white fingers gently brushed my neck, wiping the blood off and smiling quietly. Judging by your expression, it seems you already understand what you're so obsessed with and why. I nodded silently. Yes. Her blue eyes bore into me. Honestly, I was in high spirits before our swords clashed. I had found what I was looking for, but the moment our swords met, my mood instantly soured. Do you know why? Is it because I've strayed from the path of a master? Prydia, who had taken a step back, tapped her plump lips. The path of a master is not a concept that can be easily distanced or approached. It may seem far away, but in reality, it could be just one step away once you realize it. The reason I'm upset is rather childish. It's a bit embarrassing to admit. Her icy blue eyes filled with my reflection. I've never raised a child, but I wonder if this is how a mother feels. It feels like a cunning woman from nowhere has stolen my son, whom I've raised diligently and set on the fastest path to success. That's very specific. It's unlike you. That's how wronged I feel. Prydia sighed heavily. Isn't that right, my disciple? You'll understand once you become a master, but when two weapons clash, it means two hearts are clashing. Through the exchange of emotions, the two opponents can understand each other a little. Of course, whether they understand or not is entirely up to them. A warm sensation spread through my hand, which was not holding a sword. Prydia, who had tightly held my hand with both of hers, spoke to me. Regardless of what you're dependent on, if you're already deeply dependent on it, forcibly separating you from it will only make you resent me. Prydia gently guided my hand to her cheek. Her cheek was incredibly soft. Her blue eyes curved beautifully as they squinted. I don't want to be resented by you, so I won't act as I please. But keep this. Something hard and round was slipped onto my left ring finger. Prydia had put a white ring on my finger. She put on a black ring, identical to the one she had given me, on her own left ring finger. Beta Epsilon. What is this? It's an ancient relic I brought from the sect. The person wearing the black ring can roughly know where the person wearing the white ring is. As I fiddled with the white ring, Prydia continued. Always wear it, so that I can find you in an instant, wherever you are. I believe my intelligent disciple will quickly realize what this ring signifies. Yes, without explicitly stating it, this ring was the condition for letting me go. Upon hearing my answer, Prydia sat down heavily on the dirt floor and patted her shoulder. Give me a shoulder massage. I have something to tell you before I leave. You can ask anything if you're curious. Understood. As I began to massage Prydia's shoulder, she closed her eyes and surrendered to my touch. Yun, my name was softly called. I responded in a calm voice. Yes, a proper relationship does not start with the emotion of dependency. Excessive dependency clouds the eyes that see the essence. So always be wary of excessively depending on something. Even if you try to be aware of it little by little, that alone can change a lot. You're a very intelligent person, so I guarantee you can do it well. Each word Prydia carefully uttered was filled with deep concern. I simply nodded in response to her worries. May I ask a question? Go ahead. You once mentioned that to become a master, one must liberate their heart from others. How could someone be both a master and a priest? Can faith coexist with independence from others? Her blue hair fluttered in response. Indeed, they can coexist. However, masters typically aren't influenced by the emotion of faith. They perceive even gods as mere objects. Thus, masters aren't disturbed by the emotions that gods blindly instill in us. Just like how I still regard you as my cherished disciple, despite clearly witnessing you expel the divinity of an evil god when you confronted that beast. You saw that? Even while facing another master. She hummed in affirmation. As you're aware, becoming a priest of a certain god doesn't necessarily imply deep faith. It simply means the god has granted you its power. You're merely utilizing the power, because it was bestowed upon you. There, press a little harder. Ah, that's refreshing. I applied pressure to her shoulder as she directed. She surrendered her body to my touch and spoke softly. That's why you must become a master. I will help you become one. The moment you become a master, you will discern which of the emotions in your heart are genuinely yours, and which ones are implanted by the God you serve. I slowly opened my mouth to respond to her words. You knew I was an evil God worshiper. I had a suspicion. You also knew that my dependency was on a God. This wise and understanding master is not a fool. May I ask one last question? Her blue eyes softened once again. Go ahead. You can ask more than one if you wish. I carefully selected my words. After much consideration, I finally formed a question. Why are you so kind to me? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to take in another disciple who is obedient and intelligent, instead of dealing with troublesome me? She grinned. I thought you were going to ask something difficult, but you asked a very simple question. I'll answer honestly, so don't laugh. If you do, I'll be so embarrassed that my face will turn red for a while. I won't laugh. Her white hand gently patted my hand that was massaging her shoulder. She spoke as she patted me. As a sort of the flame church, I've never had people around me in my life. When I was a naive child, I was too busy training to have people around me. During my life as a sword, after the training, I couldn't have people around me because I was busy staining my hands with blood. Her blue eyes were looking at my face, but what her eyes were seeing was a day from her distant past. After becoming a master, I gained freedom with my own hands, but all I wanted was not to stain my hands with blood according to someone else's command. I didn't desire freedom, so I chose to be a relic keeper and fade into obscurity. Well, I did occasionally help those who somehow found me and asked for help, but I never had people around me. I didn't even realize I was alone because I had never had anyone around me. Her eyes, which had been looking at the past, took in my face. They took in a lot. Then one day, I met you. The happiness I felt during the 3 years I spent with you was far greater than all the happiness I had experienced in my life. It was incredibly great. And the sense of loss I felt when you disappeared and I was left alone in the house was unbearably bitter. Her gentle hand stroked my cheek. She spun her words like a song. I can't go back to being the me who lived alone without knowing anything. I need you and cherish you. I'm very happy when I'm with you. Her blue eyes twinkled with the moonlight. Is that a sufficient explanation? I grinned. I'm the one who's embarrassed to hear it. Don't laugh. I might just run away. Always look after yourself in my absence. I'll be upset if I return to find you hurt. I'll try my best. Make sure you do. Master Prydia left to complete the task given by the queen after that. That night, I stroked Mother's hand, who had been silent in front of Master. I still believe in you, Mother. Kill. It was always a short word, but because of the complex mix of emotions for the first time, I couldn't understand exactly what Mother wanted to say. The only thing I could understand was the deep sense of regret buried in the gloom. I just gently stroked Mother's hand. Until dawn. Kill. The next day, Mother returned to her usual self. I cautiously asked her what she meant the night before. Kill. But Mother didn't remember anything about last night. Strangely enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Dekia and I embarked on a journey towards the coordinates written on the key to the ancient ruins given by the demon. According to the map, the location where the ancient ruins lay dormant was a mountainous area 5 days' walk from the capital. It was finally time to unlock the seal of the holy relic, gain new power based on the obtained divinity, and also acquire the ancient artifact. Did you pack everything? I asked. Dekia nodded vigorously in response. Yes, we had been on the road for 5 days since leaving the capital. If we left the village where we were currently staying and walked for about a day, we would reach the coordinates written on the key. Of course, things hadn't gone smoothly. Do you really think the bandits' hideout is nearby, as the rumors suggest? Dekia, who was walking briskly beside me, asked. It would certainly be easier if it weren't, but I have a feeling it might be. Well, we should be able to handle ordinary bandits just fine between me and Priest Marnak. So, I guess it's okay. Her tone was strangely lively. Since we left the capital, Dekia had become noticeably more animated towards me. Not to mention, she followed me wherever I went. Let's get going. It will be harder to climb the mountain when it gets dark. Yes, we left the village early in the morning, and as we entered the deserted mountain path, Mother sprang out of my arms, bathed in a faint light. Kill. Mother, who had jumped out and landed on the ground, narrowed her eyes and looked around before showing me her open palm. I took a snack out of my bag with a familiar gesture and handed it to Mother, then picked her up. Kill, kill. Mother, who had received the snack from me, chewed it and looked around. Lately, Mother had taken to spending more time in human form. Dekia watched Mother munching on the snack with a pleased expression, then spoke lightly. The weather is quite nice, but the path is becoming more of a rugged trail. Maybe we should have hired a guide. There wasn't anyone suitable. What could we do? True. Besides, if we had hired a guide, it would be difficult for Priest Marnak to use his powers freely. Dekia chattered away as she walked briskly beside me. Still, it's quite scenic climbing the mountain from the morning. It's my first time leisurely climbing a mountain trail. The path that people used ended. I stopped and called Dekia over. Wait a moment. I think it's time to get our bearings. Okay. I spread out the crude map I had bought in the capital and compared it with the surrounding terrain. Lady Dekia, could you please check the coordinates? Sure. As a wizard, she could feel the general direction of the location of the ruins of the ancient empire by reading the coordinates written on the key. Dekia pointed to one of the mountain peaks. Alright, it's over there. I roughly estimated the distance by comparing the direction she pointed with the map. Assuming there are no blocked paths, if we walk a bit faster, we should be able to reach there in half a day. Dekia nodded and smiled brightly. Assuming there's no bandit hideout. If there really is a bandit hideout, can we blow it up? It would certainly help the kingdom's citizens. Seeing Dekia actively suggesting the extermination of bandits, I felt she had changed a lot. Let's keep that in mind. But be careful. The bandits who have settled here, not far from the northern kingdom's capital, may have some kind of backing. They could just be foolish bandits, blinded by the prospect of getting rich quick. If they could rob a caravan heading to the capital, they could live a life of luxury for the rest of their lives. Of course, robbing such a caravan wouldn't be as easy as it sounds. Dekia nodded. I'll be careful. I'll lead the way. Yes. Mother, who had been nodding vigorously in my arms every time I said something, stretched out her finger and pointed at the mountain peak where the ruins of the ancient empire were said to be. "Kill! Let's go!" was her energetic cry. We pushed through the green mountain path and headed towards the ruins of the ancient empire. Swish! My frosteel sword severed the branches before they could hit the ground. I swiftly caught them, peering through the gaps I had created to survey my surroundings. Crudely constructed buildings and a large cave came into view, with a handful of armed people milling about. Dakia, peeking over my shoulder, whispered in a soft voice. "Bandits, perhaps. Seems highly likely. Hold on. Let me double-check the coordinates." "Sure." Dakia held the key in her hand, reading the coordinates and roughly estimating the location of the ruins. After a moment, she pointed towards the heart of the mountain hideout. "That's where the ancient empire's ruins lie. I'm afraid we can't avoid a confrontation." Our task was simple. Go to the designated coordinates and enter the ruins of the ancient empire. However, given the value of the relics of the ancient empire, it seemed unlikely that the men wandering around would easily grant us permission, even if we asked politely. Moreover, if we escaped from the ruins of the ancient empire in the traditional way, we would emerge at the same coordinates. Even if we broke through them and rushed into the ruins, they could set a trap while waiting for us to come out. Dakia could be seriously injured. Should we eliminate them? Kill! Mother's cry urged me to wipe them all out and unseal the holy relic. While I was contemplating, Dakia asked, "Where should I cast a spell to cause the most chaos? Would it be most efficient to start a fire and cause an explosion?" The season had already passed winter and was in full spring. If we set everything on fire, a forest fire could break out. Observing the men wandering around, I responded, "We're not even sure if they're bandits yet." "That's true, but isn't it more dangerous if those hiding deep in the mountains with weapons aren't bandits? They certainly don't look like kingdom rangers." Dakia had a point. If they weren't bandits, they must be involved in something sinister and secretive. I made up my mind. I couldn't just stand by and watch forever. "Lady Dakia." "Yes. Please prepare to cast a spell here and wait. I'll try to negotiate with them first. We can't rule out the possibility that they might be innocent." Dakia, with her golden eyes blinking, nodded quietly and smiled. "Sure, but what will be the signal? When the butcher howls, cast your spell. And when you do, please aim in a direction that won't start a forest fire." "Got it." I slowly approached the crudely made wooden fence. Upon spotting me, they began to move hastily. I observed them leisurely and spoke up. "What are you folks doing?" A man who climbed up the fence shouted at me. "That's what we want to know. Who the hell are you?" I slightly lifted my robe to reveal the priest's robe of maintenance I was wearing. I received a request to subdue bandits rumored to be hiding around here. I was ready to bring out the butcher if they attacked immediately. However, contrary to my expectations, instead of attacking me, the man opened the gate. "Come in." Following their command, I entered the wooden fence. A man who approached me extended his hand. "Put down your weapon. If not, we can't let you in any further." I glanced at his hand and grinned. "As long as there's a chance you folks might be bandits, I can't easily give up my weapon." "Then you can't come in any further." Once inside, I could see more than I had from a distance. The clothes they wore, which seemed different because they were so worn out, were actually similar when looked at closely. It was highly unlikely that bandits would have a uniform, so they were probably something other than bandits. "What are you folks doing?" "That's classified." "Then why did you let me in?" "Because you found our exact location." Kill. The information that the man in front of me, who was excitedly babbling, was a three-fingered individual. Without any signs of training, the fact that he was a three-fingered individual suggested his identity, assuming he wasn't an evil god worshiper. Especially his disrespectful tone, knowing that I was a priest, confirmed my suspicion. "You're a wizard, aren't you?" "Hey, how did you?" Honestly, I still didn't particularly like wizards who lacked basic manners. Dakia was an exception. "Please call someone else who can communicate better. I have no intention of being hostile." What? Are you implying I'm an idiot who can't communicate?" "You." Thwack. My fist met the man's jaw. The wizard, knocked unconscious by the blow, collapsed. It was essential to neutralize the agitated wizard capable of magic. Leaving the unconscious wizard behind, I yelled out, "Is there anyone else here?" Suddenly, I sensed a turbulent surge of magic. Simultaneously, a cascade of water descended from the sky. The man-made rain drenched the dilapidated buildings, sparing the spot where I stood. Dakia, who had been in hiding, sprang up and slid down the slope, charging towards me while shouting, "I'll electrocute anyone who dares to show up. I'll wipe them all out." Dakia, who had sprinted towards me, cocked her head. "You just knocked that man unconscious with a punch to his jaw. Weren't you going to wipe them all out? It appears there's been a slight misunderstanding." "What's this? Sudden rain? Hey, we've hit the jackpot. Guys, gather the water. Now, we don't need to fetch water today." A strong woman's voice resonated. A woman in work attire, wielding a massive pickaxe, emerged from the cave. Her muscular arms, as formidable as any man's, were on display due to her sleeveless top. Her loosely tied red hair, sensual figure, and distinct facial features that couldn't be concealed by mere dirt and dust were all striking. A single large horn protruded from her forehead, and she was as tall as an average adult male. The one-horned woman, with a colossal pickaxe slung over one shoulder, noticed the man lying next to Dakia and me. She frowned and asked, "Who the hell are you two?"